should be thanking me for not calling the cops. And you should've kept my name out your mouth. Fast ego, how it all turned out. When you try to use my name for clout, keep on going, give you something you could talk about. Throwing all the good vibes out the window. Everything you lose, somebody come hold my cup. A squirrel is acting up.
And I do mean a squirrel.
He's really acting up.
These squirrels, I swear to God.
She really acting up. What's wrong with her? Welcome into my world, you're playing my game. Thought that you could come up and they're fitting off of my knee. Talking out the side of your neck like you're insane. Cortisol levels to the roof, inflame. Kids these days so shameless, selling out real friends for a paycheck. Mama didn't teach them no home training. Wanna be me so bad but they failing. Step to the plate though, I'll take a challenger. I ain't scared of no low life scavenger. I should warn you though, if you haven't heard, I ain't no Colleen, ukulele Ballinger. Shots been fired, run and tell that. Say it to my face though, now behind my back. Won't be long till you share it in the group chat. And when I call you up, you gonna backtrack. And you should've kept my name out your mouth. Fast ego, how it all turned out. When you try to use my name for clout, keep on going, give you something you could talk about. Throwing all the good vibes out the window. Everything you lose, somebody come hold my cup.
Please.
A squirrel is acting up.
Seriously though, do you think it's a medical condition?
Really acting up.
Maybe it's demons, I really don't know.
She really acting up. They ain't right. Hey, I heard you wanted some attention, even though I shouldn't even mention your crusty name. You're so deranged. I can't blame you. I know your views are tanking, but honestly, you really should be thanking me for not calling the cops. And you should've kept my name out your mouth. Fast ego, how it all turned out. When you try to use my name for clout, keep on going, give you something you could talk about. Throwing all the good vibes out the window. Everything you lose, somebody come hold my cup. A squirrel is acting up.
And I do mean a squirrel.
He's really acting up.
These squirrels, I swear to God.
She really acting up. What's wrong with her? Welcome into my world, you're playing my game. Thought that you could come up and they're fitting off of my knee. Talking out the side of your neck like you're insane. Cortisol levels to the roof, inflame. Kids these days so shameless, selling out real friends for a paycheck. Mama didn't teach them no home training. Wanna be me so bad but they failing. Step to the plate though, I'll take a challenger. I ain't scared of no low life scavenger. I should warn you though, if you haven't heard, I ain't no Colleen, ukulele Ballinger. Shots been fired, run and tell that. Say it to my face though, now behind my back. Won't be long till you share it in the group chat. And when I call you up, you gonna backtrack. And you should've kept my name out your mouth. Fast ego, how it all turned out. When you try to use my name for clout, keep on going, give you something you could talk about. Throwing all the good vibes out the window. Everything you lose, somebody come hold my cup.
Please.
A squirrel is acting up.
Seriously though, do you think it's a medical condition?
Really acting up.
Maybe it's demons, I really don't know.
She really acting up. They ain't right. Yep. Welcome into my world. You're playing my game. Thought that you could come up benefiting off of my name? Talking out the side of your neck? Like you're insane? Cortisol levels to the roof. Inflame. Kids these days so shameless. Selling out real friends for a paycheck. Mama didn't teach them. No home training. Wanna be me so bad, but you failing. Step to the plate though. I'll take a challenger. I ain't scared of no low-life scavenger. I should warn you though, if you haven't heard, I know Colleen Ukulele Ballinger. Shots been fired. Run and tell that. Say it to my face though, not behind my back. Won't be long till you share it in the group chat. And when I call you up, you gonna backtrack. Woo! I wrote those lyrics, 4 years ago. And they become more true each and every day. They become more apt, one might say, every single day. And girl, it has been an absolute whirlwind for the last 2 or 3 days. I have been run up one side of the internet and down the other. I have received many messages, emails, replies to comments, and I have been now publicly accused, falsely, of things I didn't do. Yeah, it's real. That's my actual real music video. I wrote every lyric. No AI. So, the lemonade man already done said, if y'all come at me again, he's squeezing lemon juice in y'all eye, which I don't endorse, but I do think it's funny as a joke. I am so aggravated. I'm so aggravated. Because one thing that I try to be very clear about, I definitely have flaws. I'm definitely not perfect. I don't even try to be. That's not even my aim. My aim is not to be even perfect, but there's some things that I really do try to do. I go out of my way to do them. And one of those things is to get to the truth when I'm looking into these stories, the truth. Not the sanitized truth, not the version of the truth only one side of the story, one side of the argument wants me to get to, but the actual truth, or at least as close as I can as possible. And I'm not a journalist. I'm not a reporter. This is not the news, but I do have a pretty specified skill set, specific set of skills, some might say. Why is this crackling? Can you not? And primarily my goal, hold on, I gotta address this crackling. I just bought this stupid $100 cable. Okay, I think that worked. Okay. So that's one thing. Another thing that I really try to do is not start, especially public, altercations, conflicts, disagreements with other YouTubers, specifically smaller channels. It's one of my kind of boundaries. It's one of the things I don't do. And while I certainly don't want to start any drama, I don't want to start any turmoil, it's already been started by 2 grown men in my comment section. So this all kind of goes back. We're going to be here a while today. I haven't been live in a couple days, so it's going to be a long one. I actually drove and got coffee from the coffee place because it's going to be a long one today, because really what we're not going to have is people making false allegations and accusations about me, lodging them toward me in a public forum, and me let them stand. That's what we're not going to do. So today we're going to look for the truth. Spoiler alert, I have no idea what it is, but I'm going to get to it.
And to do that, we got to go all the way back. It's about what, Monday? Today's Thursday. When I made this video right here. Why did they hide this? Bricks and Minifigs. BRICKSHELL LLC. Okay. I was trying to get to the bottom, and still am, of BRICKSHELL LLC for a specific reason. So I'm going to remind y'all what it was. This vendor list. This was the Bricks and Minifigs franchisee training and operations manual. This has been put up onto bamopsmanual.com. This website did get some DMCA takedown requests, some copyright takedown requests. They did take some of the portions of the website down, but this is still public. And as you can see up here, it is from the 2024, seemingly the October 2024 edition. Okay, vendor process here. Vendor directory 12.3. We got here required vendors. Now, again, as I said in my video, I don't know if this is the most recent updated version of the operations manual. I didn't know at the time. I still don't know today. But this was kind of like leaked, and we do have a apparently signed document, executed statement, affidavit from Matt McNeff, the COO of the company, claiming that that's his copyright, or Bricks and Minifigs copyright. And so I'm assuming it is real, at least as of 2024. And so there were these two required vendors. One was called American Made Sign. One is called BRICKSHELL Signage. Now, I thought that was weird. Why? Did I just hallucinate that it was weird? Maybe. Maybe. But what do we know about Ammon McNeff and Matt McNeff, the CEO and the COO of this company? We know they used to work at Legally Mine. First of all, that's a weird-ass name for a company, especially a company that is supposed to be doing asset protection, okay? Now, we saw some other weird-ass names. One of the names that we saw, Veil Corporate. Now, we know these people are obsessed with piercing the corporate veil or not, okay? We saw a company literally called Afraid of Lawsuits, LLC. We saw a company that seems to have some dealings with franchises, a bunch of them, Crumble Cookie, Dave's Hot Chicken, Bricks and Minifigs, Shield. They have something to do with these franchises. Shield Co. Legally Mine is the registered agent for that, or a principal or something. I'm doing this off memory, but yes, Shield. Okay, so Ammon McNeff and Matt McNeff are the CEO and the COO of Bricks and Minifigs. We already know they already had worked and owned a company that helped people set up LLCs to protect their assets. We already know that there were some weird ass names of those companies. And so here I was like, BRICKSHELL Signage. That just first of all, it's a weird name. Signage, right? Does this say BRICKSHELL cases? No. We learned how to read in what, first grade, second, third grade? You know, we could have read this by third grade. And so what does it say? Does it say BRICKSHELL cases or say BRICKSHELL LLC? No, it says BRICKSHELL Signage. And so because first of all, the name was weird to me. So I'm like, okay, maybe there's nothing wrong with the name. Let's look up BRICKSHELL Signage on Google. Let's see if we can order some signs from them. I look up BRICKSHELL Signage. BRICKSHELL Signage, that's what I typed in here. This is a required vendor, or it was in 2024, required. That means franchisees for Bricks and Minifigs, before they ever even know that they're agreeing to this, have to agree to it. Okay? And they have to use one of these two vendors. This is in 2024. Again, I don't know if this is still the operating manual. I don't know if it still is. But this is what led me. I mean, these are reasonable questions, especially considering the context. Afraid of Lawsuits, Legally Mine, Veil Corp, Shield Corporate. This doesn't say order from BRICKSHELL cases, does it? Put a 1 in the chat if that says BRICKSHELL Signage. Well, that's interesting because I'm looking for BRICKSHELL Signage. I see this, maybe it's this. BRICKSHELL Cases has room signs. No products found. So that leads me to continue looking to try to find the truth. I end up on this website. It's called Open Corporates. Open Corporates is a public free tool to use. I'm like, okay, BRICKSHELL signage. What is this company that these franchisees are required to use? BRICKSHELL signage. Well, that doesn't exist. So then I'm like, what if I just say BRICKSHELL with no signage? Well, 3 companies come up. Now, very interesting. 2 of them's in India. All right. So whatever. Maybe that has something to do with, who knows, right? But there's one American company called BRICKSHELL LLC. Now, that's not the same company as BRICKSHELL signage in name. In name. That's not the same company as BRICKSHELL signage in name. If you, for example, were to sue a company, an LLC, you have to sue them by the right name or the lawsuit don't count against them. Okay, so it's very important to have the right name. So in Bricks and Minifigs operations manual, it's requiring one of 2 vendors to make these signs. All caps. These are the only 2 that are approved. All caps. These are the only 2 that are approved to manufacture the signs. Bold. It is your responsibility to coordinate the survey. To be clear. Bold. The local sign shop will only be in charge of the site survey and sign installation and is not under any circumstances to produce or manufacture signs for your stores. So only 2 companies are allowed to be used, or else you could have your whole franchise stripped away from you. And so I asked the very reasonable question. Who owns these companies and what are they? Well, American Made Sign has its own issues, but they appear to be a legitimate existing company, American Made Sign. Now, the real, actual trade name of the company, I believe, is American Made Signage or Sign Makers or something like that. But I was able to track and trace through to find where they changed their name. Now, they changed their name a bunch of times, commercial signage, this, that, the other. However, there does appear to be some type of record. Now, American Made Sign, commercial signage, and all that company, this first one, they appear to have a warehouse. They show pictures of it. They have portfolio on their website. They show all the different signs they've made. Not all, but a bunch. They make signs for stadiums. They make signs for, it seems like, universities. So, okay, fine. It at least appears like that's a company. It exists. Whatever. But BRICKSHELL signage doesn't seem to exist. Now, there was another place on this vendor list where BRICKSHELL at all was listed. So let me just type in BRICKSHELL vendor directory, right? BRICKSHELL cases. BRICKSHELL cases. And it's got this guy listed as Abe, Lego display cases, custom minifigures, Lego sets, and figs. But it don't say anything about BRICKSHELL signage. Again, I start asking the question in this video, what is that? What is this required vendor? Why does the company, quote, BRICKSHELL signage not exist? I looked for BRICKSHELL signage on Google, and what came up was BRICKSHELL cases. So I don't want to be presumptuous. I don't want to make an assumption and say, well, it must be the same company, case closed. I don't want to do that. I don't want to pull this Abe guy into something if he has nothing to do with it. Maybe Ammon McNeff just made up a fake company. Who knows? Who knows? And that's what I said continuously. And so I pretty much didn't have too much else to say about BRICKSHELL cases other than it appears that maybe they're related to this Archetype sign making company. Now, Archetype, much like American Made Sign, is a real company that appears to really exist. They have an LLC. Archetype. Why did we get here to Archetype? It's because the Better Business Bureau, I'll just show y'all, Because please don't take my word for anything. Please don't take my word for anything. I've said that for the last 6 years since I've been a YouTuber. I'm going to keep saying it. Because nothing I say to you is exclusive behind the scenes tea. Nothing. Everything I show and tell to y'all, I'm showing you where exactly I got it. BRICKSHELL Cases is listed on the Better Business Bureau since 2024, all right? And they list their address as this right here, 9611 James Avenue S. I kept saying St. James in my video. It's because this S is right here. And I'm from Louisiana. Everything's Saint everything. But it's not St. James. It's 9611 James Avenue South, Minneapolis. Now, if you will recall, BRICKSHELL LLC is in McKinney, Texas. So again, I'm like, BRICKSHELL Cases maybe is not the same company as BRICKSHELL Signage. As far as I was concerned on this video, I couldn't find evidence that BRICKSHELL Signage existed. And that's what I kept saying. It was a 24-minute video, almost 25 minutes. So I'm like, what's this address? I copy this. And I go to Google Maps. And it takes me here, right? Just put it in, just copy paste from a public record right here. Copied, pasted. When you go to 9611 St. James Avenue, it brings you to this Vertical Endeavors place, which apparently is like a jump park, like a trampoline park. I'm like, well, that can't, what the hell does that have to do with BRICKSHELL Cases? And then I just simply turn here. Now, I do want to let y'all know, and I did let y'all know in the video, this right here, I didn't find. Someone sent it to me. Someone sent me this tip. Shout out to her. But it did allow me to then put the address in, come over here and say, okay, well, this is the Archetype. What's that? Well, you know, I do a little digging and it's a sign company, Archetype, a media company. Now, not only do they make signs, they're manufacturers, but they also do, you know, and they're very, very legit. Okay. I'm not saying they did anything wrong. I'm not saying BRICKSHELL Cases did anything wrong, and I never have. But, like, you know, this is the question. Where's BRICKSHELL Signage in all of this? If these signs, one of the questions I asked, if these signs for the stores, this required vendor, are supposed to come only from one of two places, and one of them doesn't appear to exist, why is that one of the required vendors? These are reasonable questions. These are not allegations. And they're not crazy conspiracy theories. They're just questions. Where the fuck is BRICKSHELL Signage? Why doesn't it seem to actually exist? If you wanted to sue the company, for example, who would you sue? What would you sue? Archetype? There is no business record of a company called BRICKSHELL Signage at all. Now, there's one caveat. There's one caveat. The Minnesota Secretary of State is very different than everywhere else I've ever seen. And when you want to get business records from them, you have to order copies, which I have done and paid for. More than $20 I paid. They still haven't sent it to me. So I'm just kind of feeling around in the dark here. Modern Nerd, have I still not talked to them? Great question. That leads me to the next point I want to make. It's a great question. Thank you for asking it. So, after I put that video out, hold on a second. Miranda, bitch, are you lost? This is the same shit from yesterday. No one cares about a sign company. Bitch, you are in my motherfucking chat. Y'all need to learn something. I don't care about your opinion and I don't work for you. Do not threaten me. Actually, get off my channel because you're never going to be able to comment ever again. I'm not going to be threatened. Move on before you do. Bitch, get the fuck out of my comment section, you decrepit freak. Move on. Get out. Get out. You're not welcome. Be gone. Get, shoo, move on. Never come back. I won't notice, and neither will anybody else. Anybody else needs to go, just go. I don't need an announcement. Stupid ass. This is not a community. This is a monarchy. I'm the queen, you the subjects. If you don't like it, you know what to do. There's an X up there. You could click it and never come back. It won't work for you. Anyway. So, after I put that video out, I don't know if y'all know this or not. I have about 6 YouTube channels. 3 of them are active that I post to all the time. One of them has 330-something thousand subscribers. The other one has like 197,000. This is my smallest YouTube channel, and I spend the most time on it, by the way. So I have other stuff to do. I also have a life. I also have other things going on. So after I spend, 4 hours to 6 hours on live where I can't even check a text message, I usually have to go take care of other matters, So it may come as a surprise to you. I don't immediately and instantly read every comment and every email that comes my way. So, unbeknownst to me at the time, after my video came out, a YouTube channel by the name of BRICKSHELL Cases started commenting, not commenting, replying to comments. Now, something that really doesn't really matter for y'all to know, but I guess for the purposes of this story, you should. In the back end on YouTube, when we're checking the back end stuff, we have a little section in our studio called comments or community or whatever. You can go to look at the comments. And when you go to look at the comments, it shows you the new comments. What it does not show you as a creator in the back end is any replies to any comments. So for the most part, I miss those. I usually don't ever see those, ever, because I just don't, that's not in the back end. So if somebody brings one to my attention, or if I comment to someone, like a reply to someone's comments, sometimes I'll see those. But I'm going to say more than 90% of the time, I will never see a reply. There's comments and you can reply to them. It's because they don't show up on my back end in the studio. And so I just don't go to the front page of my own YouTube channels to look for replies to comments. I would not have enough. I already don't have enough time to do everything I need to do in a day. Well, BRICKSHELL Cases, pretty much within a couple hours, I guess, after I posted that video, I guess took it real personally, the video, and starts crashing out. And I have actually all of the comments that I was able to find, the replies rather, and we're going to go over them. But the reason why I'm going over this today, and why I'm not going to move on until I feel like it, is actually because of this comment from a fellow YouTuber who I have supported, and I still support, who I have appreciated, etc. Someone had said, BRICKSHELL is a company that makes displays. Okay, this is a comment on the video. BRICKSHELL is a company that makes displays used for indoor merchandise display. Right, BRICKSHELL LLC. That's true. That's a correct comment. BRICKSHELL is a company that makes displays used for indoor merchandise display. Okay, right. That's BRICKSHELL Cases. We knew that. Appears to be a real company. Right. If Bricks and Minifigs simply set this up as a shell company, they did a competent job, which is not like them. I said, where did you find proof it appears to be a real company? Again, I'm looking for BRICKSHELL signage. BRICKSHELL signage is the required vendor. That's who I'm looking for. Still, by the way, signage. I'm looking for proof. I want the proof. I want the truth. I have no reason to make shit up. None at all. I don't have business relationships with these people. I don't collab with these people like some of these Lego YouTubers. I have no conflict of interest here. I just want to know the truth. What is BRICKSHELL signage? This person said, well, they make displays for indoor merchandise display. Right, that's BRICKSHELL LLC, maybe BRICKSHELL Cases. They said, if BAM said, okay, it appears to be a real company. I said, where did you find proof it appears to be a real company? I would like to see it because I couldn't find any. This wasn't a challenge. It was truly a question. Well, some people posted some stuff, but then this YouTuber right here, ACOB, says their website is a great place to start. Oh, really? It is? BRICKSHELL signage? Where's their website? Because I looked, I can't find it. You see, he's saying their website is a good place to start. Then he says, also, the DMs and emails he sent to clear this up. Please acknowledge this. Okay, first the fuck of all, I don't work for you, dude. And you got a whole channel and a platform. And now you over here in my comment replies trying to tell me what to do? Hold on. Because that's where I started to really get aggravated. Who the fuck is this guy in my comments trying to tell me what to do? Who the fuck are you trying to tell me to reply to somebody's email? You couldn't email me, but you're telling me to reply to someone else's email publicly? Please acknowledge this. Another threat. Sound like Miranda. As you've been very credible in your coverage until these accusations. We like your channel, whoever in the fuck we is. I don't give a shit if you like it or not. I don't care. We like your channel. And know you'll like Abe/BRICKSHELL if you speak to him. Well, guess what? I reached out to him. As soon as I saw BRICKSHELL Cases had emailed me, I emailed him back. As soon as I saw it. Let me show y'all. Now, there was a lot of other comments and replies and things. And I don't operate in the shadows. I don't operate with these favors for friends shit. You'll like him if you speak to him. Maybe you should go to his website. I went to the website, dumbass. There's not one place you can order a sign. Now, you're in my comment section trying to bully me and trying to make it seem like I'm doing something bad, sneaky, or wrong, or not credible. I was credible till I started talking about your friend. Let's not get into credibility, ACOB. Let's not get into credibility because I have really held my tongue on something I find very suspicious about you. I've really held my tongue because I don't like picking fights with YouTubers, especially smaller YouTubers. But I've held my tongue, ACOB. I've held my tongue because why is it that BAM's PR is in touch with you? I've talked to many YouTubers. BAM's PR is not in touch with anybody else, just you. You have insider information as to who owns Bricks and Minifigs, 51%, more than 60%, all that. I find it to be suspicious you have that information because there's only a few places that you could credibly have gotten it. And now you're over here trying to throw me off the trail of BRICKSHELL because of some guy I never heard of in my life, trying to act like you're going to bully me and threaten me. We like your channel. I don't give a shit. Unsubscribe. I got this far without y'all and I'll keep getting far without y'all. I'm not going to be bullied. I'm looking for the truth. I'm not scratching backs of people I've collaborated with like you. I would love to talk to Abe. I would love to talk to you. I haven't gotten any email from you in my inbox. Only thing I got was you bullying me in my comments, ganging up on me with false accusations, saying I made accusations. It's you making accusations. All the hell I'm trying to figure out is who the fuck BRICKSHELL signage is. And that's an accusation? Now, there is not a single person, entity on this planet, or off, could tell me what to do. Just as soon as people try to push me off a trail, I'm going down it. Now, I want to go through all the comments that were left because I have tried. To talk to this person on the phone. And I'm going to go through the emails I sent him. I've been ghosted, by the way. He said as the first comment on the video, BRICKSHELL Cases, "Hey folks, BRICKSHELL Cases founder here. Conspiracy theories can be fun, but sorry to disappoint. We have no relationship with Bricks and Minifigs or the McNeffs." Now, please remember that he said that publicly. Please remember that he said that publicly. Conspiracy theories can be fun. What's the conspiracy theory, Abe? What's the conspiracy theory? It was a question. What is BRICKSHELL signage? Because it doesn't exist. Where's the conspiracy theory? Where is it? What is BRICKSHELL signage? Why is one of the two companies that's required to make your brick and minifig sign, not only the outside signs, by the way, your bathroom signs, your come over here to this section sign, every sign inside the brick and the minifig, from what I understand, has to be made by one of these two people, companies. And one of them doesn't appear in any business record, doesn't appear as a DBA that I've been able to find, has never been sued, has never been a defendant or a plaintiff in a lawsuit that I've been able to find, has no website. BRICKSHELL Cases doesn't appear to be a sign company because there's nowhere to order a sign on their website. Why is it that BRICKSHELL signage doesn't appear to exist? Where's the conspiracy theory? You see how these two grown men come over here and try to credibility launder each other? Try to make it seem like I'm doing something so vicious and so bad, making accusations? No, I'm not. But y'all might be telling on yourselves. What is BRICKSHELL signage? Somebody said, well, BRICKSHELL signage seems to exist. Seems to be a real company. I asked for proof, and the proof, according to ACOB, is their website. Okay, fine. Their website, that's what the proof is, their website. Their website is a great place to start. BRICKSHELL signage? Really? All right, let's go look. Let's go look, ACOB, since you're so smart. Or you could send me the link instead of passive-aggressive, bitchy comments, y'all. I don't want anybody to ever say that women are too emotional to be in charge of anything again. Because these men are crashing out like they need a pampering, like they need a My Doll. All I said was, what is BRICKSHELL signage? Because it doesn't seem to exist. I mean, Miranda got so bored earlier that I was repeating the video that she crashed out. Let's go to the, whose website? Now, I guess they're saying BRICKSHELL Cases. Is BRICKSHELL? Fine. Let's go to their website. Since ACOB said that was such a great place to start. Great. All right, here I am. I'm on their website. Show me where there's signs. Show me the signs. Where is it? Why BRICKSHELL? Collaborations. Where's the signs? I'm looking for signs. This is it. This is where ACOB, he told me I wasn't credible. I'm not credible anymore. I was credible until these accusations. Which accusations? I don't know. We're going to have to watch through my whole video again together to see if there's any accusations there. Because all I said was, what the fuck is BRICKSHELL signage? And why are they a required vendor? Where's the conspiracy? I never said a word about Abe. I didn't even know about Abe. I didn't even know about him. But a hit dog hollers. All right, I'm on their website. This is where ACOB said I'm not credible because I didn't start here. Okay. Here I am. Where is it? Shop display cases. Do you see anything about a sign? Custom sign manufacturing. Do you see that anywhere? I'm on their website. Shop custom minifigs. Okay, where's the signs? VIP program. Where's the signs? Still looking. This was where you told me to start. Why BRICKSHELL? Does it say anything about signs here? No, it's cases. Where's the signs? Again, I'm not going to be accused. I'm not going to be accused of a conspiracy theory publicly by a man that's now ghosted me. I'm not going to be accused and have my credibility called into question because I am asking questions by a fellow YouTuber who apparently has direct contacts with BAM and their PR people. Okay, that's absolutely not what I'm going to let stand. Now, y'all have had your boys club for quite a while, and I guess this is how y'all handle each other. Welcome into my world. You're playing my game. I'm not here for Legos, baby boys. I'm here for the truth. Still, where's the signs? Let's see. Sign. Let's try signage. This is where you told me to start, right? Great place to start is this website. BRICKSHELL. Let's try signage. Nothing. Okay. So it's a conspiracy. My credibility shot. Because I didn't go to this website and what? What? Now they might say go to BRICKSHELL.com. Okay, no problem. Let's go there. BRICKSHELL.com. Let's go there. No problem. Let's try that. Because I don't have credibility because I just simply asked, what's BRICKSHELL signage? What is it? What is BRICKSHELL signage? Because I found BRICKSHELL cases, unclear whether that's actually related. I found BRICKSHELL LLC, which is in Texas, not Minnesota. So I'm not sure that adds up. So what is BRICKSHELL signage? Is it something Ammon started? Is it something Matt started? This was the question I was asking. So, okay, fine. BRICKSHELL LLC. What? Nothing. There's nothing here. Contact us. Nothing. So, ACOB, a fellow YouTuber, we like your channel. Well, I don't like yours. I'm suspicious of you. And I was going to keep all that to myself. Speaking of credibility. Speaking of credibility, I'm not the one who collaborated with BRICKSHELL cases. ACOB is. I'm not the one who has a personal contact relationship with Ibrahim Khatib, aka Abe, from BRICKSHELL cases. ACOB is the person who has that relationship. So whose credibility is up for question here? I was leaving all this to myself. I was happy to be bestianas with them ACOB people. Y'all never heard me say one cross word about him. And you wouldn't have. And you wouldn't have. You would have never seen me going in his comment section and doing that shit to him. You would have never seen it. And you'll never see me doing that to another YouTuber. You won't see it. But what we're not going to do is let them bully me and put one narrative out publicly and act a different way behind closed doors and behind the scenes privately. Because ACOB sure did have a whole lot to say publicly, calling into question my credibility. When I'm not the one that has a direct line to the PR company. I'm not the one that has insider information on who owns most of the company. I'm not the one who interviewed Ammon McNeff. I'm not the one who has personally spoken to these McNeff people. I'm not the one who has collaborated with BRICKSHELL. I'm not the one publicly trying to redeem the credibility of someone who was never attacked. So whose credibility is really up for debate right now? Because it ain't mine. I could give a shit. I started this video off saying, leave my channel if you don't like what I'm saying. I don't say stuff to make people happy. I'm looking for the truth, and I would appreciate it if you would stay the fuck out of my way while I do it. Thank you. So, since I got accused of making accusations, I thought we should go back through the video together, because I just got to see for myself what it was that got these men's panties all up in a bundle. So much so that they had to publicly squawk and make allegations against me. Now, we're going to go through all the comments BRICKSHELL cases said on my, or the replies that I was able to find. We're also going to go through the emails that went back and forth between me and BRICKSHELL signage. And spoiler alert, he's ghosted me. So publicly, Ibrahim Khatib from BRICKSHELL LLC accused me of ignoring him, accused me of not responding fast enough to his emails, conspiracy theories. That's what he's saying publicly, but behind closed doors and privately, he is actually the one ignoring me. I've sent 3 emails since his last email to me and not received a response. 3 emails have gone unanswered. But publicly, what he would like for the public to believe by his comments is that I am a conspiracy theorist who doesn't want to speak to him. It's false. It's false. And I'm not going to allow people, in particular ACOB, who is trusted in this community, in this story, I'm not going to allow him to tarnish my good name by saying things that are false, misleading, and untrue, and possibly projecting. Now, thanks so much to Alana for the 800 jewels. Thank you, Rose, for the $2 super chat. You heard I was making a whole TBATM album? What's that? TBATM. What is that? Thank you for the $2. Thank you, Wicked, for the jewels. Thank you, Corey, for the jewels. Thank you, Yvette, for the jewels. Thank you to Prayer Warrior for the 440 and 440 jewels. Thank you to MR for the 440 jewels. Thank you to Alone. I don't know how to say that. Thank you for the jewels. Thank you to Alex for the 300 jewels. Thank you, Tags, for the 2 jewels. Thank you, Rose, for the $2. Ammon's Apology Muse must be Miranda. Oh, Miranda sings. Yeah, the band, the ukulele. Thanks so much to J Galaxy for the jewels. Thank you to Only Rants for the €2. Keep up the good work. Thanks for everything you do. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Gangland MJ, for the 6 jewels makeup brush. Thanks so much to Victoria for being a member for 2 months. I'm subscribed, but I can't chat anymore. It says subscribers chat only. That must be some type of glitch. Thank you, Rose, for the $2 super chat. He must have mixed up not credible and incredible. Seriously. Thanks so much to Enigma Master for the jewels. Thank you to Summer for the jewels. Thank you to Andrea for the $5. Why is BRICKSHELL not accredited on BBB? I don't know what that means. Me neither. Oh, the brick and the minifig. Thank you for the $2, Rose. The brick and the minifig. Yeah, I might as well. I told y'all I need a banjo player. Banjo and a fiddle. Thank you for the $2. Okay. So, before we get to all these manic, spiraling, crashing out, and largely false comments and replies, and hear out the version of the story that, these two guys wanted to put out, which I definitely want to put out. I mean, the main purpose of today's video is to put out what little information I was able to scrape together from these dudes while they were having their very emotional, manic crash out, making accusations against me. Again, y'all, it felt like I was being gaslit. I felt like I was in another dimension where, like, reality had flipped upside down in the upside down world, because I was like, I did not say a freaking word about BRICKSHELL cases other than to disambiguate. Like, does BRICKSHELL cases have something to do with BRICKSHELL signage? Why is it called BRICKSHELL? If BRICKSHELL cases is the sign company, why didn't they just put BRICKSHELL cases? Anyway. So. I want to see let me just as being listed as being in Texas, the first place. Let's just check it together, because they make all kind of allegations and accusations, and I felt like I was being a little gaslit. I felt like BRICKSHELL cases, who's now ghosted me, by the way, is not responding to my emails. I've sent him 3 emails to try to get on the phone with him. He's ignoring me. So, what was it that made him so mad? What was it? Let me see. Did I make any accusations? I was accused by ACOB. Did this video demolished my credibility? You've been credible until these accusations. Which ones? Let's watch the video together again, and I'm going to keep a tally of any accusation, all right? Hello, everybody. I just wanted to make a quick video. There is something that I have not been able to get off my mind, and it was something we talked about a few days ago, maybe last week, with the bricks and the minifigs. Okay, so it has to do, we're going to go take a walk down memory lane back to the operations manual. And that's this right here. So this is the BAM Ops Manual, or BAMOpsManual.com. We're in section 12. This is the required vendors section. So right here in this bold font, American-made signs or BRICKSHELL signage are. I'm going to let it play through, because this is all stuff we did a recap of at the beginning. Miranda got so mad about it. She would really be freaking out now if she was allowed to comment. Mentioned right under required vendors. Okay, so there are required vendors that Bricks and Minifigs Inc., whatever, BAM Franchising Inc., requires their franchisees to order their store signage from. So if you need a Bricks and Minifigs sign made for the outside of your store, which every new franchisee pretty much is going to, unless they're inheriting, every new franchisee has to put a sign in front of their store, especially if they don't already have a store. You can buy somebody's store, maybe there's already a sign. But if you're just signing up fresh, new in a new location, a new territory, something like that, you have to get this sign. It has to come from one of two places, and one of them is BRICKSHELL. Purchasing an existing one. So every new franchisee who's setting up a new store has to use required vendors. They all have to go through one of these two companies to make their sign. Right. Bricks and Minifigs does allow the store owners, the franchisees, to have different companies put the signs up and install the signs. So that's not part of the requirement. But to make the signs, only two vendors. I don't have access to the Slack, but apparently the Bricks and Minifigs Slack, people are saying they don't trust me, or everything I say irritates them. Oh yeah, it offends. And I know who said it, by the way. Everything I say offends them, and I would be offended too if I look like you, bitch. Can't remember which. Sounds very familiar. Y'all don't have to trust me. Y'all don't have to trust anything I say. And you're allowed to be offended. But a lot of the stuff I say is true. And it can be found in the public record. I do not come out and say, trust me. I'm legit. I'm credible. Take my word for it. I looked it up and I can say, no. What do? Painstakingly. Do you know how much extra time it takes me to walk back through and repeat over and over? I already have it in my brain. I already know it in my brain. I take painstaking steps to retrace. That's why I have that big web map thing, mostly for y'all. Don't trust me. Please don't trust me. Fact check everything I say. Everything I say. Don't trust me. Trust reality. Are listed under required vendors. I mean, it is unequivocal, required. Now, I'm not going to get too much into the fact that this operations manual doesn't really seem enforceable, in my opinion, on its face, because it's all kinds of extra stuff that the franchisees don't really know about until they pretty much sign their franchise agreement. And then once they get into the operations manual, there's all these new requirements and stuff they didn't know about. Crystal Law Gorman has come out and stated that she didn't even, she didn't never get it. She never got the operations manual. So I don't know how much that happens for other franchisees, but at least Crystal Law Gorman has said she never even got this operations. So far, I'm keeping a tally. We're 2 minutes, 20 seconds into the video. I haven't heard any accusations yet. I've heard statements based on publicly available testimony. Crystal Law Gorman saying that she didn't receive. So far, no accusations. ACOB accused me of making accusations that destroyed my credibility. So I'm waiting to see what accusations were made here. Let's listen further. Manual, but we're going to put that whole thing to the side for a moment. We're just going to assume that this is somehow enforceable and all of that. So the two options to choose from under the required vendors are American Made Sign and BRICKSHELL Signage. It says currently American Made Sign and BRICKSHELL Signage are the only two companies authorized to manufacture the signs for the front of the store, the storefront. Then they do it in all caps. They really want to reiterate, these are the only two vendors that are approved to manufacture BAM signs. So, and then they say, so that we maintain brand-wide consistency and uniformity, you have the ability to get primary estimates from both manufacturers. Now, I do want to say this though, okay? There are some things in this video that I made several days ago now. I made the video, I think, on Monday or Tuesday, so the day before yesterday or 2 days before yesterday. There are some things in here now that I have received some answers to. And I am going to go through some of the, I'm not going to call it corrections, but I'll call it additional context and possibly revisions. But right now, I'm just trying to scan through this video to look for an accusation. Okay, so I'm looking for an accusation. ACOB publicly accused me of making accusations that harmed my credibility and somehow made him not like my channel as much or something. So fair play. I'm just waiting to see which. He didn't tell me what accusations I made, so I'm trying to see where's the accusations. Provide them with pictures of the front of your store and measurements of the front, along with any specific requirements in your lease and your community, so that they can give you an accurate estimate of the cost of manufacturing the signs. You then, after you get these 2 estimates, can determine which company you would like to use to manufacture your sign. At this point, you will start to incur expenses associated with the production and the permitting of your sign. Once you have picked up your signage and it's been approved by corporate, the manufacturing process will take a minimum of 12 weeks. Okay, so, off the bat, I have some questions like why can't the people just have signs made that meet the specifications? I mean, at this point, you can use any sign maker to make a sign. This is true. If you give sign makers the specifications, the exact, Pantone, the colors, the measurements, and all that, any sign maker in general can make the sign for the brick and the minifigs. That being said, it is apparently common, a lot of people commented this, apparently common practice for franchises to require certain vendors to manufacture their signs. Sometimes they get a discount, sometimes it's because it's easier, sometimes it's just whatever the case may be. But in and of itself, requiring franchisees to get their signs from, especially like one of 2 companies, at least gives them some type of choice. Apparently that's like normal in the business world of franchises or whatever, which I didn't know, but I still do find it weird, even though it is something that happens and it's normal. I find it to be weird because it seems like, it's kind of like a monopoly. Like, how do you make sure for sure the franchisees are getting the best price? I think I saw somewhere somebody quoted that these people are paying $10,000 to $30,000 for a sign. I don't know if that's true. I mean, it could just be gossip, but maybe that's how much signs cost. I don't know. I like competition. You know what I mean? Like, I like where it's like people are competing to get the lowest bid to me, and so I'll get the best price, or the customer. Like, that seems pro-consumer, especially when it is so expensive to open a Bricks and a Minifigs. It's expensive to open one of those places. Like, at $500,000, they say up to $500-something thousand dollars. It's like $500,000. So I still find it to be weird, but just because I find it to be weird doesn't mean something's wrong with it. I'm just telling y'all why I'm looking into things. So again, I do have more, to say, but I did want to say that part here. Fine, as long as you have the specific colors and the specific, requirements or specifications for your sign. So it's already giving me pause that there is such a limited number. There are such a limited number of companies for these franchisees to choose from. It's kind of like, if you really own your own business, if you truly own, you're an independent store owner, independently owned and operated, then no one would ever tell you which 2 sign companies are allowed to make your signs. That would be preposterous. I mean, that's another aspect of this whole thing, right? Why do we even know? Why do I even know about this company? Well, Bricks and Minifigs. Why do I even know about it? Well, because they acted a fool with the Lego, the Brian Mansell collection. That's why. Because it went viral. And so now it's a matter of public interest, a matter of public concern. Other questions arise. Who else have they done this to, if anyone? Is this a business practice? These questions, they arrive. And when Brian Mansell and even Ben, once he got involved, were trying to resolve this matter, they kept getting the runaround. They would go ask corporate, and corporate would say those are independently owned and operated stores. Even Dan McNeff, when he did his little phony fake, report to the police or whatever, when a nail went through his window from his own damn construction worker, but then he tried to act like somebody sniped him from the mountain across the way or whatever, he did the same thing in his Facebook post. All those stores are independently owned and operated. Like, they really rest their whole laurels on the independently owned and operated aspect of things. And so I would expect an independently owned and operated store to be able to get their sign from wherever they wanted to. Again, apparently this is normal business practice, but I still find it to be, in my opinion, strange, which I'm allowed to have. And that's why I'm wearing my Happy Birthday America shirt. It says 250 because America's 250 this year. And my favorite part about the United States of America is the Constitution. And of course, we know the First Amendment is the freedom of speech. We're allowed to ask questions. We're allowed in the United States of America, my country where I am from for 13, 14 generations. My ancestors fought and died for the freedom of speech in this country. I have a histamine response to somebody trying to shut me up, especially bullies that are trying to threaten me. course, they could tell you what could be on the sign. That does require permitting from your municipality, your city, whatever township. But it's already starting to make me feel a little weird. And then I was on my live stream and something just seems so weird about this name, BRICKSHELL. Because we already know about Legally Mine, LLC. We already know about, what was it, Guardian Law, Shield, LLC, Afraid of Lawsuits, LLC. And so these names of these companies kind of tell on themselves sometimes. And this just, honestly, didn't sit right with me. The operation. Okay, so remember that, all right? Because Ibrahim Khatib, he tries to make me feel stupid, I think, later on over these allegations that this name is weird. The name is weird. If it's some type of shell company, then it would be weird. Again, I had already looked to see what is BRICKSHELL signage, and I couldn't find anything. I still, like I showed y'all in the first 10-15 minutes of this video, can't find a company called BRICKSHELL signage. Okay? So, when I said BRICKSHELL signage doesn't exist, that seems suspicious to me. What is this? That's where it was coming from. That's not a conspiracy theory. It's not a conspiracy theory, Ibrahim Khatib, that Afraid of Lawsuits is a company Ammon's name was on. It's not a conspiracy theory. That's a fact in the business record, the public business record. You could get it for free. It's not a conspiracy theory that Legally Mine also went by Vail Corp or Vail Corporate. It's not a conspiracy theory. They call their companies Shield. Legally Mine. It's kind of like the whole business model. That's not a conspiracy theory. Now, I also just want to say, he didn't say conspiracy theories. He said conspiracies are fun, which I'm going to let you get away with that one once. Only. Manual does go on. It's like you can use a different company to do a survey and install your sign, but it's your responsibility to coordinate the survey and installation through a local company of your choice or at a cost. If you use your authorized BAM vendor to prepare or engage the local contractor to apply for permits, etc. So you can kind of like hire a BAM vendor to do some of this work for you, which is fine. I mean, I don't mind them saying you can go hire someone or you can use our guy or our company that we know or whatever. Dirty was a thank you, because they're out here trying to make it seem like I'm losing credibility for saying this very obvious, sensical, logical fact. When a company name is listed in the operations manual as a company that the franchisees must use, but that company doesn't actually exist, that looks shady AF. And this whole bait and switch that I'm supposed to have just assumed that BRICKSHELL cases was the same thing as BRICKSHELL signage, that's not logical. That's illogical. If you were to try to sue BRICKSHELL cases, for example, if someone were to try to sue BRICKSHELL cases, they could literally not get very far if they put as a defendant, instead of BRICKSHELL cases, BRICKSHELL signage. Why? Because that entity doesn't exist. I went to Ivy League Law School. I worked on billion-dollar mergers and acquisitions, billion-dollar capital market deals. I'm not ever given legal advice, and I don't claim to be an expert, but I'm not fucking stupid. So before you hit me with looking at their website would be a good place to start, learning the requirements for an entity to actually exist would be a good place to start for you. Sweetheart. That's fine, but it says it takes time to find a company that meets all the requirements to do the initial survey, but is also qualified to see the project through. We have asked American Made Signs, what do they call it? American Made Sign and BRICKSHELL signage to qualify and vet each company that is used for the survey and final install. We've seen issues with signs not being installed properly, using incorrect materials. They cause devaluation of the brand. This step is an important part of the process to eliminate future problems. Finding a licensed professional to meet the criteria can get frustrating in the excitement of wanting to get started, but this is essential for safety and will most likely save you time and money in the long run. To be clear, the local sign shop will only be in charge of the site survey and installation. They are not bold under any circumstances to produce or manufacture signs for your store. Okay, and then they go on, you can talk to your landlord. They might already have somebody who can put your sign up. You can shop around to get somebody who can put your sign up. You can secure a company and have your site survey scheduled, or AMS, American Made Signs, or BRICKSHELL will do weekly follow-ups with the company to ensure they are on track to get the info they need. Once American Made Sign or BRICKSHELL has the necessary information from the local sign company, then they can get you a full quote. Now, this part is also weird. It says if you decide to get final quotes from both companies, meaning American Made Sign and BRICKSHELL, you will be responsible for paying this. Ringmaster's Realm, this is exactly one of the questions that I had in my mind. This is exactly one of the questions I had. What if the BRICKSHELL signage just doesn't exist, but it was there to give the illusion or the impression of a choice to the franchisees, but really they were just trying to shove the franchisees into one place? He's like, when there's only one company and maybe there's kickbacks involved. Now, sitting here today, I actually don't think this is what's going on. However, when I made this video we're watching right here, I didn't know if it was or wasn't. So that was one of the questions that I had. Again, that's not a conspiracy. I think what Ibrahim Khatib probably meant was a conspiracy theory, which is completely different than a conspiracy. Like a conspiracy is a crime. So he's like, oh, crimes are fun, but, so I'm going to assume he meant conspiracy theories. But this ain't my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, 17th rodeo of being called a conspiracy theorist. Actually, at this point, when people call me a conspiracy theorist, that's about when I know I'm right above the target. Let me show you this compilation real quick about a few of the times I've been called a conspiracy theorist. Just a few. It's going to be maybe 30 seconds or something long. This is my video from BJ Investigates, the They Lied video. Reckless Ben from the Bricks and Minifigs $200,000 Lego saga has been accused of... Hold on, let me find the spot by looking at the transcript, because this ain't my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth time being called a conspiracy theorist, sweetheart. This ain't my first rodeo. It ain't my first or second time around the block either. Page, no, I don't. So I requested the body camera footage from the incident, 911 call from this supposed incident, and I also received some police reports, and we're going to go through those. Now, when I first read Dan's post, I did not believe him.
I don't believe you!
I assumed basically the entire thing was made up for attention or to blame independent investigators for something they didn't do. Again. And why did I think that? Well, because I'm very used to this. Greater part of a decade I've watched it happen. I'm very used to family members and the mainstream media making these whiny posts or just like this one and claiming that they received death threats. This has permeated all my... What happened to my volume? Did it cut out for y'all too? From this supposed incident, and I also received some paid up for attention or to blame independent investigators for something they didn't do. Again. And why did I think that? Well, because I'm very used to this. Greater part of a decade I've watched it happen. I'm very used to family members and the mainstream media making these whiny posts just like this one and claiming that they received death threats. This has permeated all my coverage through Bam Margera's family. Jess Margera posted, if Bam or Surprise BJ, again, another explicit insult, get my parents harmed in any way, I won't even rest 1 second until they are both in prison. Well, bitch, you up tweeting all day and damn night. Do you rest as it is? And his co-workers from the Jackass show.
Jackass movie, the director has just gotten a restraining order against Bam, and he says this was necessary because of threats he was getting from Bam.
Anybody who's talking about free Bam, you're trying to kill my brother.
And this is the most disrespectful and alarming allegation that I have heard. Because now if something happens to Bam, they're going to say it was the free Bam people who did it. That's a lie. From Britney Spears' family and the parasites that surround her and the mockingbird shills and the mainstream media.
There has been a lot of hate directed my way and death threats.
This is a CNN news correspondent, And now she works at NBC. She was trying to silence us by calling us conspiracy theorists.
And like all this kind of craziness ever since I was assigned to work on Brittany.
Lima Yevremovich.
We have had instances in public where people have like pushed me or like confronted me or spit on me. People have shown up at our home.
The threats and outrage directed at Lima and her family, it all seems to stem from the idea that Lima lied about Amanda Robb's death, suggesting that she's trying to cover something up.
And her mama, Linda Omar.
As a result of BJ's content, the lies, and her followers, our life become that we always on the run because all the harassment that we are getting, because of the crazy thing that BJ created.
I've always been blamed of doing these death threats. It's never true. And I'm also used to these people providing absolutely no proof at all whatsoever of said death threats before slandering a random YouTuber by name who is obviously just trying to expose the truth on the right side of history. Dan was right. I did assume some things based on his words, and I assumed that nothing he was saying was true. Since Dan wants people to investigate truly, I request... Okay, so I'm used to being accused of stuff. What I'm not used to is other YouTubers calling my credibility into question when we're both trying to get to the bottom of the truth in the same story. Being the other sign company the cost of providing the final bid. This may include an on-site inspection. The local sign company will then have to do a site survey. So if you want to get quotes from both companies, the only two that you could possibly get a quote from, by the way. So far, we're almost 8 minutes in. I ain't heard a single accusation. ACOB came in my comment section telling me to go look at this website as a place to start. Okay, there's nothing on this freaking website. He calls into question my credibility when I'm not the one who's been collabing with BRICKSHELL cases, by the way. I am a member of the public. I know y'all think I'm a super genius. I kind of am. But I don't have any insider back alley information like y'all. I ain't collaborating with these Legos companies and these bricks and these cases and these this and that. I'm asking a reasonable question. I did not. So far, have y'all heard me say Ibrahim in that video? Have y'all heard me say it in this video? No. I'm not talking about him. But a hit dog sure hollers. If you want to get quotes from both companies, the only two who are allowed to make the signs, and you decide to go with the cheaper company, or whoever you decide to go to out of the two companies, then you have to pay, the franchise owner would then have to pay for what should, in my opinion, obviously be a free consultation. I mean, businesses do. So I will say right here, Abe/Ibrahim Khatib, he did say he has never, ever charged anyone from the Brick of the Minifig for a quote. That's what he told me. He said he has no control over what Bricks and the Minifigs puts in their operations manual, which does seem reasonable. That seems believable. I believe that. He doesn't know what's in that operations manual. He didn't know that was in there like that. But he said, I don't know why they have that in there, but I personally, he's like, I don't charge for quotes. So that was one of the things that I found to be kind of like questionable. I was like, why does it say in the operations manual you still have to pay someone for a quote? It does say that in that operations manual, at least the one from 2024. But Ibrahim Khatib, aka Abe from BRICKSHELL Cases, has said he has never charged anyone for a quote. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if he has. I don't know if he hasn't. Maybe he hasn't. He said he hasn't. Okay, I'm not saying he did. I'm saying Ibrahim Khatib from BRICKSHELL Cases has now, since this video we're watching right here came out, said he has never charged for a quote. Okay, got it. Consultations. It's not the Bricks and Minifigs franchise store owner's fault that somebody else outbid you. But again, this might be, possibly I'm overreacting. This could be some type of overreaction. But this right here, I just couldn't shake it. BRICKSHELL. Why is BRICKSHELL Signage one of the only companies of two who are allowed to even make Bricks and Minifigs signs? Mm-hmm. Well, elsewhere in this operations manual, the word BRICKSHELL comes up again. Right. But it's not for a sign company. It's for cases, acrylic or some type of plastic cases, display cases. Now, this is on the vendor list, the approved vendors, and this is a Texas-based company. Texas-based company. Texas. Do you see this? Texas. Van Alstyne. You go to BRICKSHELL Case's website, there's nothing about signs, okay? Nowhere. You can even sign. So ACOB in my comments telling me the website would be a good place to start seems like he didn't even give me the professional courtesy of watching my video. Because if he had, he would have seen I did check the website. This is the part that made me so aggravated. Not only was Ibrahim Khatib, aka Abe, in my comments making all kind of, in replies to my comments, making all kind of false accusations to me and about me and against me, but he didn't even watch the video. He didn't watch the video. He didn't even watch the video. Because if he would have watched the video, he would have seen that I already looked at the website for BRICKSHELL Cases. And if he would have watched this video, he would have seen I kind of eliminated BRICKSHELL Cases from even being BRICKSHELL signage because they don't have a sign business or a sign presence to know about publicly. Texas, do you see this? Texas. Van Alstyne. You go to BRICKSHELL Case's website, there's nothing about signs, okay? Nowhere. You can even sign. You can even type in sign. Do you see any signs? There's no sign. This is not BRICKSHELL signage. This is BRICKSHELL Cases. Now, who is BRICKSHELL signage? What is that? What is that? So I go to open corporates, and I type in just simply the word BRICKSHELL. Now, off camera, and before I started recording this video, I did type in BRICKSHELL signage. Nothing came up. So then I just took off signage. The only thing that comes up is this. This is the entire list. Every company in the entire world registered as BRICKSHELL. 2 of them are in India, and 1 of them is in Texas. Okay, now this is McKinney, Texas, not Van Alstyne, Texas, but still a Texas company. BRICKSHELL Cases, not BRICKSHELL signage. Oh, excuse me. This is just BRICKSHELL LLC. Excuse me. Now, so another name. Again, this might to y'all seem nitpicky. It's not. It really matters what the name of your business is. That's why you have to register if you're doing business as another name. If you try to sue a company with the wrong name, even if it's kind of very close, even if you misspell it, it don't count. You have to fix that. BRICKSHELL LLC is not the same as BRICKSHELL signage. There's a trade name, BRICKSHELL LLC. BRICKSHELL LLC is not the same as BRICKSHELL signage as far as naming goes. And that's what made me so confused. I'm like, we have BRICKSHELL LLC, we have BRICKSHELLcases.com, we have BRICKSHELL signage. What is what? A reasonable question, by the way. So far, we're 10 minutes into a 24-minute video. I don't see no accusations being made, much less an accusation that could in any way affect my credibility, because every single thing that I've said in this video, other than, to me, it's a little bit weird. They're calling it BRICKSHELL signage. I mean, that's not a fact. You know, well, it is a fact because to me it is weird, but I even based that on facts. Legally Mine, weird name. Veil Corp, weird name. Guardian Law, weird name. Afraid of Lawsuits, weird name. Shield LLC, weird name. Okay, so even that, okay, BRICKSHELL signage seems weird, especially considering I can't find any existence of BRICKSHELL signage. Then someone's like, oh, it seems like it is a real company that exists. And I say, can you show me proof? I haven't found any. ACOB, their website would be a good place to start. Okay, well, you didn't watch the video and you're trying to boss me around. It's hashtag weird. Agent name, Ibrahim Khatib. I did kind of look into this company, but it's in Texas. BRICKSHELL Cases. It's not BRICKSHELL signage. So again, BRICKSHELL signage. So when you look up BRICKSHELL signage on Google, nothing comes up. No, this is supposed to be a sign company that obviously needs to make money, right? The sign company, BRICKSHELL signage. I mean, are companies, LLCs in the business of charity? If it is that a conspiracy theory? Businesses are in the business of business? That's a conspiracy theory or an accusation, or is that just common knowledge? Is the case that BRICKSHELL signage exists and they come and they do a quote for you to make your sign and all of that, you got to pay them. You have to pay BRICKSHELL signage if you go with American made sign. So it's just getting more confusing. Again, Ibrahim Khatib, aka Abe, has claimed that that's not true. He don't know why that's in the operating agreement, but he was like, I don't charge for that stuff. So I don't know why they put that. Okay, fine. What is BRICKSHELL signage? And why is it the case that, you would think a sign company, any company, you type in their exact thing into the Google, you look it up and nothing comes up. You'd think something would come up. Hey, get your sign from us. Now, you're probably looking at this right here. Room signs, made in the USA, free shipping on orders over $100. So just for completeness, I went to that page, brickshellcases.com. Room signs are completely empty. No products found. So I was kind of at a dead end until one of y'all emailed me this. Brickshell Cases has a profile on the Better Business Bureau. Brickshell Cases. Now, we have seen this other Brickshell Cases company listed we've seen this other Brickshell LLC and Brickshell Cases as being listed as being in Texas. The first place we saw this was the vendor list for Bricks and Minifigs, Brickshell Cases. The second place we saw this was the open corporates, BRICKSHELL LLC. It doesn't say cases, but it just says BRICKSHELL. So now we're on the Better Business Bureau, and shout out to the person who sent me this. I don't know if she wants me to say her name or not, but thank you. So is this the part that's the accusation? Is this the part that's the conspiracy that I'm looking at Better Business Bureau documents? The better, God forbid, I'll look at the Better Business Bureau to figure out what a company is. Is that the accusation? Can't be. Let's watch further. For that, she said, well, hold on. Brickshell Cases has a Better Business Bureau profile, and look, it's a Minneapolis address. So, of course, you know me. I go in and look it up. And the person who emailed me said, I think it's this archetype sign. So when you type in that address in Google Maps, what first shows up is Vertical Endeavors. And I started freaking out. I had every conspiracy theory in my mind. Oh my God, smoking gun, Vertical Endeavors. Come to find out, Vertical Endeavors is like a jumpy park, I mentioned a conspiracy theory and corrected it. At first, I was like, oh, smoking gun. But did I run to the internet? Did I run to y'all and tell you about it? No. I researched it a little bit more and realized, okay, it's just a jumpy jump park. All right, well, moving on. A bounce park. But if you go across the street, across the parking lot from that, you get this company right here, okay? Archetype. Okay, why are we here? Because Brickshell Cases, Better Business Bureau. Again, all of this, what I do, going back and why are we here and reminding y'all, I know some of y'all get it the first time, second time, and you find it to be, tedious, laborious, redundant. It's painstaking for me as well, because I already got it. I don't need to go back over and over again. I already know why I'm here. This is to show my work. Again, where's the accusation? All I did was copy paste the address and go to the place where the address leads. Hello. Profile, which was established 2 years ago in 2024. Brickshell Cases has this address. Well, I'm just trying to figure out, right? This is an investigation. I'm trying to figure out what is this Brickshell Cases. Well, if you go to the Better Business Bureau, Brickshell Cases has a separate address, not a Texas address. 9611 So is it Texas? Is it Minnesota? These are questions, not accusations. And it would behoove everyone to learn the difference. 9611 James Avenue South. All right, this is a business address. That brings us here. Archetype. Now, what is archetype? You might be wondering. Great question. Let's go to this website right here. As you can see, Archetype is a national sign company. In and of itself, they seem to be completely legit, and I don't think they have anything to do with what gets written in the Bricks and Minifigs operations manual. So nothing in this video should be taken as a criticism to Archetype signs. You can go to their project profiles page, and you see that they are seemingly very reputable. They can do signage for your corporate office. They can do, they have these portfolios listed here, luxury apartments, ballparks, MSP, these casinos, other types of ballparks, LSU, Go Tigers, LSU Foundation. So, all right, this is starting to look more like something that maybe could install or could make a Bricks and Minifigs sign, but this has Archetype. This doesn't say Brickshell Cases. And so So then I'm asking, why doesn't These are not conspiracy theories, by the way. These are questions that anybody who had any business sense would ask. I'm not going to be gaslit by two grown men trying to bully me. No, I'm not. Especially one of them clearly didn't watch my video. So if this Brickshell signage really is just Archetype, then why doesn't it say required vendors, American made sign, or Archetype? It could be any reason. I don't know the answer. That is a question. Maybe it is updated. This is from 2024. A lot of stuff could have happened between 2024 and today, which is almost the end. It's the second half of 2026. Maybe it does say that now. But this is the version that is available to the public on BAM Ops Manual. And so if it really is Archetype, which does appear to be a very legitimate sign company, it would make that wouldn't give me the same type of pause. If it said American Made Sign or Archetype, I would have read through that. I would have Googled Archetype. I would have seen that there was a sign company. I would have said, yeah, that makes sense. They probably have the capacity to handle the volume. They probably have maybe a contract. That makes sense. What does not make sense is BRICKSHELL signage when I can't even find proof that company exists. And I know ACOB said, well, it would help if you started on their website. There is no website for BRICKSHELL signage. There's a brickshell.com, went to that, showed y'all there's nothing on it. Went to brickshellcases.com, nothing about a sign over there. And so the question remains. The bullying and the threats about we like your channel and all that, don't like it. I don't give a flying rat's ass. I don't care if you like it or don't. If I have to pussyfoot around and play patty cake with other people's friends for you to like my channel, I hope you don't like it. I'm not for sale, and I'm not up for persuasion when it's not based on facts. When it's based on bullying, when it's based on threats, you had credibility until you made these accusations. Excuse me, are the accusations in the room with us? Where's the accusation? Still waiting for it. To ask the question, if you only have two options, and one's called American Made Sign, and one's called BRICKSHELL signage. If BRICKSHELL signage, for example, is just a DBA for this huge company, Archetype Sign, why wouldn't the operations manual just say that? So I can't know for sure if BRICKSHELL signage even exists. Okay. Still can't. However, if you do choose to get a quote from American Made Signage and BRICKSHELL signage, then you would owe money to whoever BRICKSHELL signage is. But BRICKSHELL signage, again, he said that he does not do that. Doesn't seem. But he acknowledged the operations manual does say that. But he said, I don't know why it said that. To exist. This or did say that. He also claimed, and we're going to get into his statements. We are going to get into his statements that he sent me via email. We're also going to get into the statements that he left publicly, like when in the middle of a manic crash out, before he completely ghosted me. It's supposed to be a public-facing company that they just do business with, right? Required vendors. So why? I mean, I don't know. Spoiler alert, I don't have an answer. I don't know if this company here has anything to do. If ACOB had watched my video, he would have heard that. Spoiler alert, I don't have an answer. Is that an accusation? Spoiler alert, I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer. Be a public-facing company that they just do business with, right? Why is this company impossible to find? I don't have an answer. You would owe money to whoever bricked. Now, I could have said, because they're scammers. They're running a scam. And whatever BRICKSHELL Cases is must be the sign company, and they're all scamming. I could have said that, but I didn't. I said, I don't know what's going on, but it's weird. BRICKSHELL signage is. But BRICKSHELL signage doesn't seem to exist. This is supposed to be a public-facing company that they just do business with, right? Required vendors. So why? I mean, I don't know. Spoiler alert, I don't have an answer. I don't know if this company here has anything to do with Bricks and Minifigs. Okay. But let me pull up the map. The web. Not the map. The webbing. Still waiting for the accusation. I haven't heard any. Who is BRICKSHELL signage? Haven't heard any. Are they Archetype Sign? I did look up Archetype Sign, LLC. I found some stuff. Archetype Sign Makers. That does exist. There's also one registered somehow in Kentucky, but I don't think that one has to do with this one. I mean, I really don't know. Archetype Sign, Stephen Carpenter is the CEO. But guess what? They do make signs for franchises. This is the other company, not BRICKSHELL. This is the American Made Sign. They make signs for Little Caesars. They make signs for Anytime Fitness. Those are franchises. They also will manage your projects, bring us your signage challenges, exterior or interior. Our team loves to solve problems, simplify complications, and help you overcome obstacles. I said all this is what I keep coming back to. All this looks fine. So why not just say American made sign or archetype sign makers? Why does it say BRICKSHELL in there at all? And why is it that BRICKSHELL Cases that has a Better Business Bureau profile from 2 years ago? I mean, it's not like a troll logged in to the internet and updated this. This has been up here for 2 years, more than 2 years now. That BRICKSHELL Cases shares an address with archetype sign. Now, that's a question. Why is it that BRICKSHELL Cases shares an address according to the Better Business Bureau? Like, the Better Business Bureau it exists for one reason, for consumers and the members of the public to log in and look at the profiles. That's the one reason it exists, for consumers who might do business somehow with these companies. And so why is it that the Better Business Bureau address matches up for BRICKSHELL Cases and archetype signs? That's not an accusation. It's a question. That's a question. That's not accusation. I did go into the Minnesota Secretary of State. I looked up archetype innovations, archetype lifestyle performance, archetype media, archetype astrology, but then you finally get these: Archetype Sign Makers Inc. and Archetype Signs. So I click on the details for Archetype Sign Makers Inc. This brings us to exactly this address, 9611 St. James Avenue. Now, I will let you know.
Not St. James. It's James Avenue South.
I've ordered all these documents, but they
still didn't send them to me. I don't know what the deal is with that. I paid my money. I don't need a refund if they're not going to send them.
To order them and wait. So I haven't received these back yet. It has been quite a while. It's very confusing. I don't know why they have it like that. Let's go back. That was the sign makers. Let's go to Archetype Signs. This may be a DBA or something. Let's take a look. Same address, 9611 St. James. James Avenue South. Now this company has been around for quite a while. The sign makers one started in 1999. Now this assumed name just started in 2024. Now what's interesting about that to me,
Archetype Sign's been around under different names since 1999.
Is this operations manual was also from the most, the one that's available to the public now is from 2024. So in 2024, they get a DBA of Archetype Signs instead of Archetype Sign Makers. And again, y'all, I'm renewing my question. Why not just put that in here, Archetype Sign?
Why not?
It's raising a lot more questions than answers to me. Why? There's already the original issues I had. Why are there only two companies who can make the sign when clearly many people could be capable of making a sign? But then I go here to the other company. Okay. So from the operating agreement, you got two options: American made sign or BRICKSHELL signage. So we just looked at BRICKSHELL, possibly archetype. I'm really not sure, inconclusive, but American made sign seems to have a very favorable relationship with Bricks and Minifigs.
Okay.
But some weird stuff's going on with them. I'm probably gonna have to make a whole video just on them. They also do business as or go by Express Copy and Graphics. They also do franchise signs. And again, I just want to say, in and of itself, who cares? Like, I'm not really that worried about it. Like, it probably is for the best to work with a company that knows how Bricks and Minifigs does business, knows how they do their signs. They're all uniform. That's not really a problem. But does Bricks and Minifigs get some type of kickback from this?
And if a question, did I say, I bet Bricks and Minifigs gets a kickback? They do. I think they're getting a kickback. I'm accusing them of it. No. I raised the question whether Bricks and Minifigs might enjoy some type of financial benefit from routing 100% of their franchisees into two companies for their signs.
They do get kickback from this. Are they passing that savings along? Why is it that Bricks and Minifigs doesn't front any of this funding? The store owners, the independent, supposedly independently owned and operated stores, the owners have to eat that cost themselves for a consultation and all this stuff. And so I'm just wondering, does Bricks and Minifigs have some type of kickback type of relationship? Do they get, discounts for stuff, their signs? I'm just wondering. Okay.
Just wondering.
This company, American Made Signs, has gone by many names as well. We already talked about Express Copy and Graphics. They've also gone by commercialsignage.com. Complete franchise signage solutions. We do sites.
So now I done moved on from BRICKSHELL.
surveys, permit applications, sign package production, installation for scheduling, final completion, dedicated support for franchisees, franchise spotlight, bricks and minifigs, exterior illuminated signage, interior branding packages, ADA signage, window graphics, national shipping, and installation coordination. So there's also some other weird stuff going on here. Like, oh, here's the guy, Jonathan James. He went to James Madison University, commercialsignage.com. It doesn't even really go by American Signage. It doesn't look like. And then they have these weird, I never heard of them in my life, somewhat charities at the bottom. Thank you, Yeshua. The whole purpose is to spread message of love. Sanitation workers for Jesus. Okay, fine. But I'm just still like, who is BRICKSHELL Signage? Why is it not just being called archetype signs? They definitely do this type of work. Archetype does. They do franchise agreements. They do project.
Oh, this is Archetype. Okay, so I said earlier this was the other company, American made. That's not true. I got it mixed up. So Archetype makes franchise signs. Archetype makes signs for Little Caesars, or they did. And they do Anytime Fitness's signage. So they have the technology. You know, this is the information I was operating with from the public record on, you know, whatever the day it was I did this. Let me see what, August 11th. So this would have been Tuesday.
Management. They put this weird sign up back in 2017. Salvation has come to Minneapolis. Testify the Church of Archetype. Is this BRICKSHELL signs? Witness architectural intercourse in our new sign making facility. Custom signs, digital prints. This says ADA madness. Americans with Disabilities Act madness. Signs for the people. What is, can somebody tell me what BRICKSHELL signage is? Oh, can somebody tell me what BRICKSHELL signage is? Shout out to the person who sent me that address that helped me to connect that missing link to that.
Still waiting for the
James,
accusation.
911, whatever, 1611 James Avenue. It's looking to me, if I had to take an educated guess based on the information I just shared with you, archetype signs is who they want you to be doing, you know, interacting with. Now, of course, I'm not in contact. It's looking to me if.
Okay, is this the accusation?
Shout out to the person who sent me that address that helped me to connect that missing link to that James.
Maybe this is the accusation. Okay, we're 23 minutes and 22 seconds into a 24-minute video.
911, whatever, 1611 James Avenue. It's looking to me, if I had to take an educated guess based on the information I just shared with you, if archetype signs.
If I had to make an educated guess, it seems to me, if I had to make an educated guess, is that an accusation? Or is the guess?
Is who they want you to be doing, you know, interact, whatever, 1611 James Avenue. It's looking to me, if I had to take an educated guess based on the information I just shared with you, archetype signs is who they want you to be doing, you know, interacting with. Now, of course, I'm not in contact with any franchisees, any current franchisees. I'm not in contact with any former franchisees. And so I don't have like a direct line to ask them, who did you specifically talk to when you were trying to figure out what to do with your signs? Now,
Oh, maybe that's where the hit dog got hit and hollered. Because, you know, at the time I asked this question, I had no freaking idea. That's why I was asking. I don't have any personal contact. I have no direct contact with a single franchisee, current, former, or prospective. I have no personal direct contact and have not had any indirect contact with anybody that works at Brick and Minifig, at least that I know of, unless they're emailing me from, you know, anonymous names or whatever, but they haven't said, oh, I am a current franchise. No. So I'm not like texting people, hey, who's the person you've been working with? I'm like literally just trying to figure out from the public record what's going on. I'm not in contact with any former franchisees. And so I don't have like a direct line to ask them, who did you specifically talk to when you were trying to figure out what to do with your signs? Now, I understand some of you who all would have bought buildings. Excuse me. Some of y'all would have bought businesses that already had locations in buildings. So some of y'all wouldn't know how to do signs. But if somebody can get the information to me, because I'm just truly just so curious, what is BRICKSHELL signage? Is it? I ain't asking what is BRICKSHELL cases. I'm not asking what is BRICKSHELL LLC. I'm asking what is BRICKSHELL signage. That is what's listed in this 2024 version of the operations manual.
actually archetype signage? Archetype sign makers? Commercial sign America? What is going on with BRICKSHELL? Did you have to pay a consulting fee to BRICKSHELL? Who were the people at BRICKSHELL? Does BRICKSHELL have something to do? BRICKSHELL signs have to do with BRICKSHELL cases? Is it maybe that it's a question? That's not accusation. And come to find out, it was true. It was a correct. Well, the answer to the question was yes. BRICKSHELL signs does have something to do with BRICKSHELL cases. We'll get to that in a moment. Ammon and Matt and them wanted to just trade on the term brick. Is brick Ammon and Matt, right? Again, not BRICKSHELL cases. BRICKSHELL signage. Shell signage made up. As far as I knew at this time that I put this video out, Ammon and Matt made up a fake business, never registered as an LLC, and used the term BRICKSHELL because maybe BRICKSHELL cases already had a great reputation, and Ammon and Matt were trying to, I don't know, obfuscate or something. As far as I knew, that could have been what was going on. I had no idea who and what BRICKSHELL signage was. I was obsessed with finding out. Some didn't sit right with me about it. Call it an intuition, call it a conspiracy theory if you must. I get those accusations anyway. Somebody tell me. I'm dying to know. I am so curious. That's all I really have for this. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation, neither are opinion. Where was the accusation that ACOB publicly accused me and called my credibility into question? Where was the accusation? Okay, because I'm not taking kindly to being accused of things I didn't do. I mentioned Ibrahim Khatib's name once in the whole freaking video. Right here. The first place we saw this was the vendor list for Bricks and Minifigs, BRICKSHELL cases. The second place we saw this was the open corporates, BRICKSHELL LLC. Hold on. When I went to restart it, hold on. At the let's go to 10-minute mark of the video, I said his name once. And as you can see, I paid it no mind. None. In Texas, but still right here. 2 of them are in India. And one of them is in Texas. Okay, now this is McKinney, Texas, not Van Alstyne, Texas, but still a Texas company. BRICKSHELL cases, not BRICKSHELL signage. Oh, excuse me. This is just BRICKSHELL LLC. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. I made a correction. Oh, this isn't BRICKSHELL signage. This just says BRICKSHELL LLC. Now, there's a trade name, BRICKSHELL LLC, agent name, Ibrahim Khatib. Now, there is a trade name, BRICKSHELL LLC, but does it say BRICKSHELL signage? No. This is the one place I say this loser's name, ever. Signage. Oh, excuse me. This is just BRICKSHELL LLC. Excuse me. Now, there's a trade name, BRICKSHELL LLC, agent name, Ibrahim Khatib. I did kind of look into this company, but it's in Texas, BRICKSHELL cases. It's not BRICKSHELL signage. So again, that was it. That was the whole thing, mentioning his name at all. And as you can see, I kind of brushed it off. Well, it's in Texas. It's not in Minnesota. I don't know about this BRICKSHELL LLC. We watched the whole video. We have painstakingly, it's taken us an hour and 44 minutes to get just to the stuff I already said. To reiterate, to clarify, and to double down. I'm still curious about a lot of stuff. If you question them, they assume that's an accusation at this point. I'm wondering if they're super paranoid because maybe they're doing something illegal. I'm not saying they are. But what I will say is they completely overreacted
which now has my sights set over there. Now I want to get into some of the crash out, flash out, mania spiraling that happened in my comments. But before we got to that, I wanted to show y'all. Look, this is the video. Where was the accusation? I didn't even really mention Ibrahim. Said his name once in the whole video. I said, there's a BRICKSHELL LLC. That's in Texas. I'm not really sure that's even associated with this at all. Get to some of these super chats. Thanks so much, Suzanne, for the $4.99 today. I will stay in my lane and just observe. I don't know what's going on in the chat. Thank you, Lauren, for the 1,000 jewels. Thank you, Marianne, for the 2 jewels. Thank you, Sewed Freak, for the 149 super sticker. Thank you, Sagittaric, for the 440 jewels. Thank you, Unbound Infinite Self, for the 200 jewels. Thank you, Sagittarically, for the 440. Thanks so much to Julie for the $4.99 super chats. Always love a good BJC smackdown. I don't want to smack people down. I thought we were all looking for the truth and trying to get justice for Brian Mansell and the franchisees that are getting screwed over, and the bird that maybe got let out of its cage, or maybe Josh Johnson ate it, and Crystal Gorman and Law Gorman and her husband for their... I thought we were all on the same page trying to get to the truth. I did not know until yesterday that they were going to be sending other YouTubers to wrangle me in for no freaking reason and defend people against things I didn't even say, and to try to make it look like my credibility is even up for debate. That's not what I thought we were doing here. Thank you, Hippo Squatimus, for the 555. Gaslighting abilities from deceitful energies is over. We are seeing this everywhere. If it can be destroyed by truth, it should be destroyed by truth. If the truth can burn it down, let it burn. Thank you. That's not a death threat before somebody tries to say in a RICO. It's a metaphor. Thank you, Compass, for the 2 jewels. Thank you, Veronica, for the $4.99. They called us all conspiracy theories until the files were released, too. They sure did. Thanks so much, Hey, from Faye, for the $10 Australian. Shout out to the Australian cousins in the chat. PSA, everyone, like, hype, subscribe. Worth every minute of ruining my sleep schedule. Thanks so much to Tarot Your Way for the jewels. Unk Alert. Thank you, Lassie, for the $5 super chat. I have a membership on another account, but I can't make super chats with it. That's weird. Thank you for the $5. Maru. Sounds like a white label sign maker. Well, we're going to get into some contradicting statements pretty soon. Thanks so much to Veronica for the $4.99 super chat. It's awfully brave to dispute someone's credibility when you're the one with hella BAM contacts, including Ammon. Listen, I was never going to mention that. If you will recall, I have put that channel on by showing y'all their content. I have relied on some of the stuff that they have said. I've linked their shit in the description box. I've never called their credibility into question publicly, but I have had questions in my own mind how they had the access they did. I wasn't going to say none of that. Thanks for the go-ahead. Thank you, Miguel, for the $19.99. The hard work you put in everything. All is common sense and facts. I'm impressed and admire your dedication. Thank you for the content because I enjoy it. Next coffee on me. Thank you. Thank you, Renegade, for being a member for 2 months. Love you. Love you, mean it. When you have time, can you cover the Rebecca Park case? I'd like to know your take. I feel bad for missing. I haven't heard of that case. I'll take a look. Thank you so much, Suzanne, for the $9.99. Do they have it in the franchise agreement that they're allowed to keep all the money? Kickbacks and discounts? I don't have the franchise agreement right in front of me right now. I seem to remember vaguely, generally, yes, but I don't want to speak necessarily to that without it right in front of me, but I think so. Thank you for the $9.99. Thank you, Nachala. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. It's true. They mess with the wrong person. Just don't mess with me. Don't mess with me. If you have a fact, a link, something credible besides just bullying me publicly in my comments for no freaking reason, please send it. Thank you for the £5 super chat. Thank you to High Spy for the jewels. Thank you to Win Z for the jewels, and High Spy again for the jewels, and to PJ for
the jewels. I still don't really know what these jewels are. I still don't really know what they are. However, thank y'all for making the jewels happen. Okay. So, now, let's get into some of this crash out. Now, this is roughly in order. And like I said, I reached out 3 separate emails. Before I got on this live, I haven't checked my emails since I got on live. But before I came on to today's show, I had emailed Abe, aka Ibrahim, 3 times. 3 times before I came on this live stream, and no response to any of the 3. 2 of them were yesterday, and one of them was about 24 hours ago. No, 26 or 27 hours ago. I emailed him yesterday morning, Eastern time. So, as of the time of getting on this live stream, I had gotten no response from him via email. So, let's start here and look at the first comment he makes. Now, it says 22 hours ago, but these screenshots were taken a while back. You know, this is, I think he left this on Tuesday. Hey, folks. BRICKSHELL Cases founder here. Conspiracy. So he did say theories. All right. I stand corrected. He did say theories. All right. Conspiracy theories can be fun, but sorry to disappoint. We have no relationship. No relationship. No relationship with Bricks and Minifigs or the Mac Neffs. Now, sorry, this thing glitches. No relationship. Okay? That's the first comment. Now, somebody else had said, as an architect, I pinned this comment. As an architect, this is from Brick Studio Architect, seems credible. As an architect that works with many larger companies with franchisees, having only 2 vendors that do signs is quite common. But as you dig into these 2 options, things seem a bit off to me, he said. Having to pay the other sign vendor if you don't use their quote is the first red flag. Well, BRICKSHELL Cases comments here, underneath, replies, we don't have any visibility or input. What is put onto the operations manual? Okay, that seems fair. That seems believable that this random vendor, BRICKSHELL Signage, I guess he's speaking as BRICKSHELL Signage at this point. The whole question presented in the video is, what is BRICKSHELL Signage? Because it doesn't seem to exist. That's the whole question, right? So BRICKSHELL Cases, not BRICKSHELL Signage, is commenting here. And they seem to be now answering the question of, yeah, they do make the signs. The Cases company. Okay, well, that helps. We don't have any visibility or input into the operations manual. No one has ever paid us to provide a quote or a sign mock-up in the building. And then he says, edit, grammar correction, but he spelled grammar wrong. So he says, we don't have any input on that, on what they put in that operation manual. Don't hold us responsible for it. Okay, fine, whatever. Now remember, BRICKSHELL Cases was also in the inventory, the vendor directory. Now, ACOB, this is his first comment. He says, has anyone reached out to BRICKSHELL? And the answer is, I don't know if anyone reached out to them. I usually encourage people not to reach out to anybody I make videos on because just a simple question, obviously, gets interpreted as some type of attack. And I don't want to be sued for freaking RICO for somebody asking a question. So I don't generally tell people to send anybody reaching out to anybody. Second of all, if ACOB would actually watched the video before he commented, he would have known I didn't know who the hell to reach out to because BRICKSHELL Signage doesn't exist.
I didn't want to bother BRICKSHELL Cases or BRICKSHELL LLC or somehow try to find their number. I definitely didn't want to use the phone number or the email address from the vendor directory to reach out. There was no existence of BRICKSHELL signage. Even in the vendor directory, it looked like BRICKSHELL Cases. The only place that BRICKSHELL signage was ever mentioned, ever in black and white, was the required vendors, which is what gave me the issue. Because it would seem that if you only get 2 vendors to choose from, they both ought to exist. And ACOB, since when do I contact anyone? I don't. But I did contact this Ibrahim Khatib a few times. He's ignored me since yesterday. Has anyone reached out to BRICKSHELL? No, ACOB. Reason being, BRICKSHELL signage is who I was interested in and they don't seem to exist. So remember that earlier comment that as an architect, it's actually common for franchises to have only 2 sign vendors, da-da-da-da-da-da. And then BRICKSHELL said we don't have any visibility or input into what is put in the operations manual. No one's ever paid us to provide a quote or a mock-up on the building. Edit, grammar correction, spell grammar wrong. Okay, so more comments get made here in time. And he says another comment here. He says, BRICKSHELL Cases, replying here for visibility. Sorry to hijack the comment. I've offered to speak directly with BJC, but I haven't heard back. We have no relationship with the McNeffs or BAM. Oh, now he adds on a qualifier. Other than we are an authorized vendor. Well, hold on. Wait, hold on. 4 hours earlier, you were saying we have no relationship with BAM or the McNeffs, period. Now you're saying 4 hours later, you have no relationship with BAM or the McNeffs other than we are an authorized vendor. He said BRICKSHELL signage was something Bricks and Minifigs put in their vendor directory and I guess operating manual. To distinguish, BRICKSHELL did both display cases and signage. As for why there are only 2 approved vendors, this is common practice. To ensure standards are met and the signage is consistent, sorry to disappoint, but nothing weird here. And the shell refers to protecting your Lego sets. We are Lego geeks, after all. Okay, interesting. So we went from we have no relationship at all whatsoever, period, to, oh, actually, yes, we're an authorized vendor. And now he has some more information to report. They put BRICKSHELL signage in the operations manual and I guess the vendor directory. To distinguish, BRICKSHELL did both display cases and signage. But even though they do both display cases and signage, nobody decided to open up a separate company for that. Okay, fine, whatever. Again, the whole thing about there only being 2 to choose from, I still find it weird and restrictive for somebody supposed to be independent, owned, and operated, but fine, whatever. Okay, fine. That seems to be normal. I pinned the comment. He said, I'm an architect working with large companies. The 2 vendors thing is common. If I was only just worried about making a big conspiracy theory, why would I pin something that goes against one of the questions I asked and said I found it weird? It was kind of like a correction. So, this guy, he has experience. I guess it's a guy, I don't know, maybe a lady, has experience. They said the two vendors thing's common. Okay, fine. But now it's gone from we have no relationship at all to BAM or the McNeffs to actually, yes, we do. Okay, so that contradicts itself, by the way. But anyway, BRICKSHELL signage was something BAM put into their vendor directory to distinguish that BRICKSHELL did both display cases and signage. Okay, so if we're looking at this comment right here, it seems as though BRICKSHELL Cases is saying they maybe make the signs, did. BRICKSHELL
did both cases and signs. Okay, does that mean made? Does that mean manufactured? Because remember, the only reason I'm looking at this at all is because the Bricks and Minifigs operations manual, at least as of 2024, stated that there are only 2 people. They put it in bold, they put it in caps, capital letters. The only 2 companies allowed to manufacture your sign are these 2. BRICKSHELL signage or American made sign. Okay? But really, it's BRICKSHELL cases. It's BRICKSHELL cases. I don't think this is giving the franchisees all the information they really need to make a decision, because what it looked like to me is maybe Archetype was making those signs. But let's read further. Mr. Evil Ernie, he comments and he says, not uncommon for a required sign making vendor for a franchise. I used to build and redecorate IHOP restaurants. There were very specific vendors for all signage and interior elements. That adds up. That makes sense. But what did he say? Very specific. Very specific to me means at the very least, you're using the actual name of the company that's doing the manufacturing. Only 2 companies are allowed to manufacture. Not one company can manufacture and one company can set you up with a manufacturer. What did it say? 2 companies, 2, are allowed to manufacture. Don't take my word for it. Please. Only 2 companies authorized to manufacture the signage, and one of them is BRICKSHELL. So the question is, does BRICKSHELL signage manufacture signs? This is not a conspiracy theory. It's an intelligent question based on logic. If there's only 2 companies authorized to, quote, manufacture the signs for your storefront, then it better be the case BRICKSHELL signage manufactures signs. Put a 2 in the chat. You agree with this? I mean, does this make sense? Put a 2 in the chat. If there's 2 companies allowed to manufacture signs, one of them better be manufacturing signs, no? They don't stop there. Here, look, all caps. These are the only 2 vendors approved to manufacture. Manufacture is a very specific verb. Does it say American Made Sign is the only company that can manufacture your sign unless you go through a business broker called BRICKSHELL Signage? No. It is very specific. And they reiterate it 3 times. BRICKSHELL Signage, one of the, quote, only companies authorized to manufacture the signage. The next sentence is all caps to reiterate, these are the only 2 vendors that are approved to manufacture your signs. Again, in bold, paragraphs later, to be clear. These local sign shops are not under any circumstances to produce or manufacture the signs for your store. Manufacture. That means make, create. That's what it means. Now, there's other stuff got to be done with your sign. It got to be hung up, got to be installed, got to have the lights put, all that stuff. But who's allowed to manufacture, create, make the sign? American Made Sign or BRICKSHELL Signage. Now, this, again, was the operating manual from 2024. I don't know if it still looks like this, but that is what it looked like. And I have questions. Questions are not accusations. So here we are. Somebody said it's not uncommon for a required sign making vendor. See how he said that? Sign making. That means manufacturing the sign. I used to build and redecorate for IHOP restaurants. There were very specific vendors for all signage and interior elements. I said, did the company exist though? Like franchisees wrote checks to the company that actually has an LLC, right?
Can you write a check to BRICKSHELL Signage? Who were they writing checks to? That's a question I had. So again, I know I'm beating a dead horse here. I really thought I was very clear in my last video, but I'm getting accused of having my credibility depleted because I asked these questions. I'm getting accused of making accusations against people when all I said was BRICKSHELL Signage doesn't seem to exist. I saw BRICKSHELL LLC. I saw BRICKSHELL cases. Those don't look like sign-making companies, in particular based on their public existence, their public presence. So I said, did the company exist though? Again, I'm looking for BRICKSHELL Signage. Here's BRICKSHELL cases. We exist, and we're right here if you want to confirm. Not this where he starts getting testy. I had not truly, I swear on my life, I had not seen this guy's replies to comments, and I had not seen his emails. I truly had not. I usually check my emails in the morning. I did see his emails the very next morning. He starts freaking out and not answering the questions from my video, by the way. BRICKSHELL cases is telling me they're BRICKSHELL Signage, but I still don't know where that's registered, who you make the checks out to. Not sure why you haven't replied to my comments or email. Well, first of all, you didn't leave comments. You left replies. That's why I didn't see them. And second of all, I didn't reply to your email because I hadn't seen it yet. So then here they are replying again to another thing. Hold on. I just need to spread this out a little bit more. It's a little too small for my... I'm going to put a break in it here. I just want to make it bigger so y'all can actually see it. Okay. Here's another one. BRICKSHELL cases, do you also make building signage then? Only for Bricks and Minifigs? Or other companies too? Someone says, BRICKSHELL cases, do you have a website? Are you based in Texas, Minnesota, some other state? Someone else said, BRICKSHELL cases, just for your information, given the controversy being so quick to dismiss the situation with nothing weird to see here while trying to minimize the relationship is going to raise suspicions. Okay, so then BRICKSHELL cases responds. Now, I think this was yesterday. He says, the way it worked before what? I don't know. And you'll start to notice that his comments are very vague. They're very vague because it leaves a lot of room open for interpretation. It leaves a lot of room open for ambiguity. The way it worked before what? We don't know. Is I represent two companies. Okay, well, who is he replying to? Informative Cow. What did Informative Cow ask? So you also make building signage then? Only for Bricks and Minifigs or for other companies too? He said the way it worked before what? We don't know. Is I represent two companies. BRICKSHELL cases, the first company to become an authorized vendor with BAM. And he also, quote, represents archetype signs. Huh. So wait a second. My educated guess in my video from Tuesday, based on publicly available information and also based on a tip someone gave me about the address being shared with Archetype, the educated guess was correct. The educated guess was correct. Where's the accusation there and where is the conspiracy theory? I was right. I was actually right. He said he represents two companies.
BRICKSHELL cases and archetype signs. When Bricks and Minifigs asked us to become a sign vendor for them, they wanted to keep the vendor directory simple. I wonder if there's any current franchisees in this chat right now. If there are current franchisees in this chat right now, or if they come across this video, or if there's not any current franchisees in the chat and it's just regular folks like me and you, do you think it's in the best interest of the franchisees and transparency to know where their freaking money is going and who they're doing business with, to just go ahead and put the name of the company that they're actually getting the signs from? Or do you think it's in the best interest of the franchisees to make it simpler and put BRICKSHELL Signage, a company that doesn't exist, there instead? Let me know. Let me know. But BRICKSHELL Cases said the way it worked before is he represents two companies, BRICKSHELL Cases and Archetype Signs. When Bricks and Minifigs asked us, whoever us is, again, is it BRICKSHELL Cases? Is it Archetype Signs? Because he represents two before what we don't know. Very vague. But Bricks and Minifigs at some point asked us, whoever us is, to become a sign vendor. Us is plural, a is singular, doesn't add up, very vague. They, meaning Bricks and Minifigs, wanted to keep the vendor directory simple and listed BRICKSHELL Cases and BRICKSHELL Signage. That's not keeping the vendor directory simple, though. It's obfuscating. It's actually confusing. It makes it more confusing and less simple to put a company that doesn't exist on there. That vendor directory was changed, he says. The vendor directory was changed late last year to have both BRICKSHELL Cases and Archetype Signs. Okay, interesting. So even though BRICKSHELL Cases' very first comment at all was, he has no visibility. Hold on, excuse me. Second reply, quote, we don't have, there's a quote, we don't have any visibility or input. What is put into the operations manual. Further, no one has ever paid us to provide a quote, da-da-da. We don't have any visibility or input on the operations manual. Okay, fine. I was going to believe that until now he knows exactly when the operations manual and the vendor directory was changed. Can both of those two things be true? They have no visibility or insight. Is that what he said? Hold on one more time. I don't want to misquote. Input, not insight. we have, is it we have no visibility, or is it was changed late last year, very specifically. It was changed late last year. To have both BRICKSHELL Cases and Archetype Signs. Bricks and Minifigs goes directly to Archetype now. He better hope that's true. But because I represent Bricks and Minifigs, okay. He represents a lot of people. He represents a whole bunch of companies. I mean, he's on every side of this deal. He said he used to represent BRICKSHELL and Archetype, but now he represents the BAM relationship. So he represents the BAM relationship and Archetype and BRICKSHELL Cases. All the while, BRICKSHELL Signage doesn't exist, and I'm being accused falsely of making accusations I didn't make. None of the shit he said so far even adds up. Either you have visibility or you don't. You have input or you don't. How do you know that it was changed late last year if you, I don't know, don't have visibility of it? And he says Bricks and Minifigs goes directly to Archetype now. But because I rep the Bricks and Minifigs relationship, I'm still looped in on the process. And I don't know what POC, I only know that as people of color.
and the POC if Corp needs questions answered. So yes, we whoever we is, make signs for several franchises as archetype signs. Put a 3 in the chat if this just got even more confusing. This clarification, put a 3 in the chat if this clarification just got even more confusing. Because the operations manual says there's 2 companies allowed to, quote, manufacture. Under no circumstances at all whatsoever can you even have another company besides these 2 manufacture your signs. One of the signs I'm now finding out, one of the companies, the vendors, the manufacturers, I'm now finding out from this public comment, actually doesn't manufacture signs. I wonder if the franchisees knew that. Proof of concept. Thank you. I'm seeing a lot of 3s because I'm confused. Point of contact. That makes the most sense. Point of contact. Yeah, I think that's what it must be. So, the only thing this is doing is making me realize I was on the right track, thinking something was weird here, because something is weird here. Yes, it is weird, and nobody bullying me in my comment section is going to make me think otherwise, because it's freaking weird. Please tell me, do y'all think it's weird? Is it weird? Type "it is weird" if you think it's weird. Because at first we're being told in the operations manual, franchisees are told 2 companies can manufacture your signs, and only 2. American-made signs or BRICKSHELL signage. Under no circumstances at all whatsoever are you allowed to have your sign manufactured by another company. You must go through required vendor. BRICKSHELL signs or American-made signs. Fine. There was some weird stuff when I was trying to figure out what is BRICKSHELL signage, because it doesn't exist. BRICKSHELL Cases exists. BRICKSHELL LLC exists, but there's no public-facing existence of BRICKSHELL signage other than this operations manual. So I'm just trying to figure out, what is it? Where'd it come from? Who is it? What is it? Why are they the ones manufacturing the signs? Well, BRICKSHELL Cases, who I wasn't even trying to say was BRICKSHELL signage, by the way, they came out and made these admissions. When I came across Ibrahim Khatib, y'all saw, I brushed it aside. I said, this is in Texas. I'm not really sure if this is the sign company, but look at this Archetype Minnesota thing. My credibility got called into question, but this shit's confusing. BRICKSHELL Cases, he represent the way it worked before what? My video? Before what? The way it worked before is I represent present tense. So worked before is past tense. Is present tense instead of was. So what it should say, if it truly was in the past tense, it should say the way it worked before was I represented 2 companies. When Bricks and Minifigs asked us to become a sign vendor for them, when, who knows, they wanted to keep the vendor directory simple. So they made it more confusing by putting a company on there that don't exist. Got it. Makes sense. Not. That vendor directory was changed late last year. How does he know this if he doesn't have visibility? Moving on. Now the vendor directory, apparently, I don't know if this is true or not. I don't have that vendor directory, but apparently now it says BRICKSHELL Cases and Archetype signs instead of BRICKSHELL signage. BAM goes directly to Archetype now. But because I rep the BAM relationship, I'm still looped in on the process. And I'm the point of contact if corporate needs questions answered. So, yes, we... Who the fuck is we? We make signs as archetype signs. Well, that's not allowed. BRICKSHELL Signage is the only company other than American Made sign, as far as that operations manual that we saw, archetype signs was not allowed. Literally, if someone would have gone to archetype signs, straight to archetype signs themselves, called them up, had the same exact sign made, they stood the risk of losing their entire franchise. Their independently owned business could have been snatched right from them if they would have called up archetype signs themselves, because it would have been a violation of the operating manual. The operations manual says you can only have two companies manufacture, one of two, American Made signs or BRICKSHELL signage. But now we have Ibrahim Khatib saying he represents the Bricks and Minifigs relationship. He's still looped in on the process. He's the point of contact, and whoever in the fuck we is makes the signs as archetype signs. Well, then how is that not a violation of the operating agreement? It's only okay if Ammon and them force you to violate the operating agreement? I'm very confused. Who makes the signs? Who's we? Does he own archetype signs? Who owns archetype signs? Does Bricks and Minifigs own our archetypes? Does archetype signs own Bricks and Minifigs? These are questions that I now have that I didn't have before, because he said we. We make the signs, or you are the point of contact who represents the BAM relationship? Maybe his pronouns are we, ours. So, of course, based on that, I have even more questions. Does it cost more to go through Ibrahim, or is he a volunteer worker? If you got a quote straight directly from archetype signs, would it cost the same? Would it cost less, or would it cost more than if you have to go through Ibrahim Khatib? Is this the best deal in the best interest of the franchisees? Because I'm real confused. Who makes the signs? We make the signs as archetype signs. Does archetype signs know this? Now, these are all the public replies in the public comments, but girl, we're going to get into the email he sent me too. Don't worry. Because he had some things to say, and guess what? They kind of contradict some of the stuff that was said publicly. Someone said, okay, oh, it's him. So he says more things. BRICKSHELL Cases has moved 3 times. It started in Texas and moved to Minnesota with Archetype. And just a couple months ago, moved back to Texas. That's interesting. Very interesting timing considering what was going on a couple months ago. In June 2026. I explained this in a comment right above, and just to highlight, the vendor directory was changed last year to BRICKSHELL Cases for displays and Archetype for signs. He says, not quick to dismiss. I've offered to answer any questions and reached out directly to BJC through multiple channels, and I replied to her comments here. I get it. The controversy sucks big time, but I'm not involved in any fashion, and I want to make that 100% clear. But sorry if I came across dismissive, but in my head, this really is nothing. And I addressed everything that was suspect. So it was suspect? You're admitting it was suspect then? Transparently, I'm getting frustrated. Oh no. Ibrahim Khatib is getting frustrated with me. Oh no. I don't give a flying rat's fucking ass, bitch. I hope you're frustrated after what you sprinkled and spewed throughout my comment section. I had not seen the email. As soon as I saw the email, I replied as soon as I saw. BRICKSHELL Cases had emailed me. I responded. And not even an hour went by. Now, he had emailed me the day before as Abe. I didn't see it. I check my emails in the morning, sometimes at night. Usually not. I'm frustrated. She's replying to other people and not me. Well, maybe try leaving a comment next time, stupid. That's what I get notifications of, not replies. But he contradicts himself again. He can't help it. Look at this comment. I represent the BAM relationship. Not only does he have a relationship, he represents Bricks and Minifigs. He also admitted that he had a vendor relationship through his company, BRICKSHELL Cases. So you do have a business relationship with them. And then here he is again saying he don't. Offered to answer questions, multiple channels, replied here. I get it, controversy sucks. Sorry if I came across in my head it was suspect, transparently getting frustrated. I'm not involved in any fashion. Do you see the gaslight? Which one is it? You represent the Bricks and Minifigs relationship? You're an approved vendor for years? Or you're not involved at all? These cannot both be true. Okay. Somebody said, I owned a Bricks and Minifigs for a year, got my sign through BRICKSHELL. Talked to Abe, that's Ibrahim Khatib, probably 20, 25 times. I don't know how many scams Bricks and Minifigs may be running, but I don't think this is one of them, unless maybe they get a kickback from the sale. If I remember correctly, my sign cost almost $12,000. That having been said, BRICKSHELL also has access to Bricks and Minifigs Slack. Ibrahim Khatib was always posting about new display cases they were working on or selling to the stores. So BRICKSHELL Cases was the same people making the sign. BRICKSHELL Cases says, thank you for speaking up. No one ever has or ever will get a kickback. All right. I didn't say anybody ran a scam, by the way. I have never accused anyone of running a scam, including Bricks and Minifigs. More projection and putting words in my mouth. I did not say. Okay. I did not say Bricks and Minifigs gets a kickback. I asked if they did. I asked why this company doesn't fucking exist. That is a fact. BRICKSHELL signage doesn't exist. It's not a company. It's BRICKSHELL Cases. This could have been very easy to clear up. They could have just said, yeah, BRICKSHELL signage is BRICKSHELL Cases. It's me. Instead, he said, conspiracy theories can be fun. What the fuck? I wasn't even talking about no Ibrahim Khatib. Oh, but now I will be. Oh, yes, now I will be. Oh, yes, now I will be. Okay, we got some more. We got some more comments. And again, I probably wouldn't even bother with this stupidity, but for they called my credibility into question in my comment section. So we got to go through it. Because actually, these answers and replies actually made them look, I think, worse and more confusing. According to another video I previously watched, it was highly stipulated they do. Okay, hold on. So we already read that one. Okay, let's look at this one. Just trying to make these a little bigger. Okay. So this guy says, or person says, you're quite wrong about this at 426. Franchisees for most companies have a list of authorized vendors, not just food and supplies, but also their equipment, printing, signage, marketing materials, and other resources. This is common in the franchise structure, speaking from decades of experience. Enjoy watching your videos. Doing a Google search or asking AI will give you an answer, such as this from Gemini AI. Major franchises like McDonald's, Tim Hortons enforce strict lists of designated or approved suppliers. This mandates food, equipment, blah, 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 signage, equipment and signage, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, Where's the LLC or the website? Okay, at this point, I get it. All right, at this point, I get it. Apparently, this is normal with franchises to require certain vendors. But do those vendors exist? They're like, there's an LLC, you write the check to that LLC. Where is it? Where is the website for the BRICKSHELL signage? That is what I'm still looking. So one question. What is BRICKSHELL signage? Then BRICKSHELL cases. Any particular reason you're ignoring me? Again, y'all. YouTubers, when we go in our back end studio, it never tells us updates on these. See how this is a reply? This is the comment right here. So I would have gotten a notification for this, but not any of this. All these BRICKSHELL cases things were replies. So I didn't see them. I did now, but I didn't see them. I have no reason to ignore this guy. I just simply didn't see it. And I'm frustrated. Any particular reason you're ignoring me? Yeah, there is a particular reason. I'm not. You know who's ignoring me though? This guy, Ibrahim Khatib. I've made many efforts to reach out to him. He's ignoring me. But if you were to just go and look at my comments and the replies, oh, it looks like I'm doing something so non-credible. No, not ignoring you. Also not sure why you're replying to other reasonable comments with defensiveness. I'm not. This is projection. I said, where is the LLC? That's not defensive. Where is it? BRICKSHELL signage don't exist. The irony here is the projection. You know who's responding with defensiveness? BRICKSHELL cases. Who actually was going to get left out of this entirely, by the way. I went out of my way not to drag BRICKSHELL cases into this because I said I have no proof that that is BRICKSHELL signage. I think this could be Ammon and Matt up to some funny business. Could be. I definitely think something's going through archetype signs. That ended up being correct. He said, I know you saw the email I sent within an hour of your video going up. I got a red receipt. Well, either he hallucinated that red receipt or he's a fucking liar because I did not read that email. This is reason number 2 I made this video today. The guy at BRICKSHELL cases, I have reason to believe, is a fucking liar because I didn't read his email. And you know what? You know how you can take my word for it that I didn't read his email? I have no reason to lie. I don't have to respond to his email. Do you know I don't have any obligation or duty to respond to anybody's email? Do you know Ibrahim Khatib is not the boss of me? Do you know? I have no legal, moral, or ethical obligation to reply to a single email in my inbox, not one. Y'all forgot where you lived? I didn't see the email. And the fact that this weirdo is saying he knows that I saw his email, no, I did not. No, I did not. I got a red receipt. Then you hallucinated it or you're a fucking liar. Because I did not. I did not see that email. Maybe he got a red receipt, girl. That was a glitch. I have no reason to lie about this. None. None. If anything, that gives me more content. I can make another video. I can update y'all. We get closer to the truth. My interests are only aligned in acknowledging the email, responding to the email. I have no interest at all whatsoever, financial or otherwise, to read an email and completely ignore it. None. I asked a question. He had the answers. Why didn't he just send me the email telling me? I know you saw the email. No, you don't. You might need a brain scan. I did not see that email. Freak. But here they are, bold. Yeah, I agree, ACOB. It's absolutely unnecessary. I agree. You should have never went packing tails for other people because you called into question my credibility for no reason. I agree. I asked a simple question. It's a logical question. What the fuck is BRICKSHELL signage? I've gotten 16 answers, by the way. Hyperbole. I agree it's unnecessary. And I hope in the future you think twice. You maybe watch people's video before making accusations, in particular in their comment section about their credibility, because I have never done that to you, and I never would. It's unprofessional. It lacks common courtesy. It's accusatory for no reason, unnecessarily. When I have been on this case for 3 months, 3 months, I don't give a shit about a Lego brick. This is my whole Lego collection right here, all right? I don't have business partnerships and collabs with the likes of these people. You do. I don't have a direct line to the PR for Bricks and Minifigs. That'd be you. I don't have secret knowledge in the background of who owns Bricks and Minifigs. That'd be you. So whose credibility is up for debate here? Because I never was going to mention yours. Thanks for the comment and the engagement. Back to what I was doing. Any particular reason you're ignoring me? I was not. I was not. BRICKSHELL Cases is BRICKSHELL LLC. Huh. Okay, what about BRICKSHELL signage? Still wondering. The signs were manufactured by Archetype, whom we represent. They represent Archetype. They represent the Bricks and Minifigs relationship. They represent BRICKSHELL Cases. Well, damn. The signage was on BRICKSHELL Cases' website, but locked behind a sign up because it's not for public access. Well, that's weird. You own a sign manufacturing vendor company, but you're not making that known publicly? So are you only making signs for Bricks and Minifigs? Why is that not public? Why wouldn't you want to advertise your business that you're in? That's the question I want to know. All this was moved last year. And the vendor directory now lists Archetype and BRICKSHELL Cases. So BRICKSHELL signage has gone off the list, apparently, even though he has no visibility into the list. So I don't know how that could be. Both true. But anyway, there are videos of me interviewing with ACOB about Brick World Chicago. There are videos of him interviewing with ACOB about Brick World Chicago. What the fuck does that have to do with anything I'm asking? What is BRICKSHELL signage? What is it? Still, what is it, by the way? Still, what is it? Is Abe working for free? He's helping these people do this sign stuff for free? He's just a volunteer? It's a 501c3? What? Or is he charging a little bit for his representing the company? Here's another question. Doesn't a big old sign company like Archetype have their own project managers? Why do we need to go through Abe, this guy from Texas? Huh? These are legitimate questions, but they're not accusations.
I'm not going to be accused of accusations. Let the record reflect. There are people who came to our booth at Brick World and met me, Abe, Ibrahim, personally, still here, still offering to talk to you, blah, 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 blah. Well, now it's Ibrahim that's ignoring me, by the way. The signage was on BRICKSHELL cases. We did an interview with ACOB about Brick World. There are people who came to our booth. Again, not answering what is BRICKSHELL signage, by the way. Let's ACOB showed up just in time for us to read one of his comments. Someone said, my theory from left field. Okay, theory from left field, because this person right here, this commenter, they're not a YouTuber who has access to BRICKSHELL cases to do interviews with them at BrickCon, Brick World, whatever in the fuck I don't give a flying rat's ass about. If you will recall, I got involved in this case because of police corruption and tyranny. And I stayed involved because everywhere I look, there's some funny business going on. My theory from left field, a person who's a member of the public, BAM, Bricks and Minifigs, isn't even trying to hide that they are BRICKSHELL. Now, to be clear, I don't believe this. I do not believe Bricks and Minifigs is BRICKSHELL. But I understand why a member of the public maybe would think this. But I don't think this. I want to be very clear. I'm not saying this. I'm not even speculating this. I think BRICKSHELL signage is BRICKSHELL cases, and no one ever bothered to register that as a doing business as name. That's what I think. So if a franchisee uses them, they take the money. So this whole theory, I don't agree with it. ACOB says wrong. BRICKSHELL is a great company. That is a vendor, just like Lego or anyone else who supplies BAM. Well, that's not true, because Lego manufactures Legos. BRICKSHELL does not manufacture signs. So it's not the same. Not the same. Let's go to the next one. We already saw that one, didn't we? Manufactured by Archetype, right? That's who's making the signs, by the way. Hidden in all this drama, we did find out something we didn't know before. BRICKSHELL signage don't make them signs. By their own admission. They represent relationships. They have points of contact. They represent Archetype, who makes the signs. We make the signs. So, just so if franchisees are watching this, just so y'all know, it's Archetype making your signs, not BRICKSHELL. Maybe y'all do know. Apparently, it was updated late last year. Hope that's true. Hope that's true. Someone said, Shell being part of the name tells you everything. It's obviously a shell company being run out of some place, I'm guessing a foreign country, and this gets quotes, marks them up, sends them out to the end user. ACOB says it doesn't say anything. It's the name of a brand that protects Lego, hence the Shell name. I get the irony in this context, though. Okay, well, it's called BRICKSHELL Cases. Sure, the company you're talking about is BRICKSHELL Cases. What about BRICKSHELL Signage? BRICKSHELL, according to the video, you crying, stipulated this video have zero family business ties with me. Besides, look, they have zero family business ties with me, BRICKSHELL Cases said, besides being an approved vendor, like the dozens of other vendors on the approved vendor list. BRICKSHELL is a company that makes displays. I said, did you find any proof of that? No, they have no proof. Appears to be is my opinion. How do I give proof of an opinion? Well, I don't know. You're here telling it. BRICKSHELL is a company that makes displays used for indoor merchandise display. Right, the cases. That makes sense. The cases make sense. I'm not asking about BRICKSHELL cases, and I never really was, other than why do they share an address with Archetype sign on the BBB. But whatever, I digress. It appears to be a real company. BRICKSHELL signage? Where? I said, where's the proof for that? It appears to be. How do I give proof for that? Okay, anyway, moving on. Someone's like, yeah, the link to that info, what's your source? Well, it's a website. I searched for BRICKSHELL displays. Right. I'm not asking about BRICKSHELL displays. I'm asking about BRICKSHELL signage. ACOB said, their website is a great place to start. We already went through the website, showed you that there was nothing in there about a sign, by the way. Also, the DMs and emails he sent to clear this up. Don't worry, we're about to get into those. Then he wants to assign me a job and tell me to acknowledge something that I have absolutely, for the record, no responsibility to acknowledge. But I did, just as soon as I learned about the email. But you see this fellow YouTuber over here not giving me the benefit of the doubt? When I gave him the benefit of the doubt, when I was suspicious of how he had all these connections, when I was suspicious of what his motivations were and were not, I kept that shit to myself. And I damn sure never put it publicly in his comment sections. I never spoke about it to anybody. I never talked to any. Y'all don't think I'm talking to people? I never said to one freaking person, entity, alt account, don't you think it's kind of weird? ACOB has all these. Never! I put his shit on. I hyped him up. And this is the level of professionalism I get in return. Please acknowledge this. Bitch, you don't know what, first the fuck of all, you don't get to tell me what the fuck to do. You're not my boss. You are not my boss. Second of all, I'll acknowledge shit when I fucking see it. How about? I know y'all think I'm psychic, and I a little bit am, but not that good. Please acknowledge this. As you've been very credible in your coverage until these accusations, whoever in the fuck we is likes my channel, which I don't care. Hope you don't like it now. Get off my channel, rat. And know you'll like Abe and BRICKSHELL if you speak to him. Maybe I will. He's ghosted me. Still happy to talk to him. Still would love to talk to him. Now, yeah, I agree with you. ACOB said sad even. Sad. Sure is sad to have people like the likes of you, ACOB, basically LARPing like you're trying to get to the truth, and I think in bad faith, burying your head in the sand on some very valid questions. Putting your body in the line of fire when nobody yanked your chain. It is sad because I'd given you full benefit of the doubt. I had offered your videos up to my audience and said, go watch them. I'll never be doing that again. Actually, maybe I will if you put something out worth fucking watching. Maybe. Hold on. Sad even. Sad. The lady with the law degree is asking too many questions. This is unnecessary and sad. Oh my God, so sad. No, what's sad is cucked out dudes who play video games and Lego blocks who forgot how to be a man. That's what's sad. That's what's sad. Not wanting to get to the truth because you want to protect your friends and pals. That's sad. We're in the dark days of the Republic, everybody. Not me. This little light of mine. Let me show y'all this one. This was not all of them, actually. So let me pull up something that I find to be sad. Here's another comment from Mr. ACOB. Hi. As someone who has covered this story, I appreciate the work you're doing. Okay. However, in my opinion, BRICKSHELL is one of the good guys in this story. Disclosure, conflict of interest. We partnered with him, to make our branded cases for our audience and know him on a personal level. So you know him on a personal level, but my credibility gets called into question? He's no scammer. Great. I didn't fucking say he was a scammer. I said who and what is BRICKSHELL signage. We watched the whole video again together. Did I say he scammed anyone? Did I even suggest he scammed anyone? No. So I don't know why these grown men, is this what happens when men don't have to hunt for their food anymore? Are ganging up on me, even today in my own comment section, forcing me to have to defend my credibility for no reason at all whatsoever, and come into my live chat talking about this is all so unnecessary, sad even. Okay. I love men. We need men. What we don't need is two grown men with, I don't know, questionable motives ganging up on me, making false allegations, saying I said shit I never said. And then when I have to come online and clear my name because of their false public allegations, them telling me it's sad. No. No. I wish it wasn't a thing too. You made it a thing. You could have been left right out of this. And you also now caused some problems for him in depositions. Want to know why? This comment right here. He makes cases and signs. No, he don't. That's not what he said. He said he represents archetype. Archetype makes the signs. So you're out here basically hollering at me, and you don't even know what you're talking about. You're telling me I'm making false allegations, and you're wrong. I will accept a public apology at any time for what you had said, because this right here, this is wrong. You gave me false information. He don't make signs. Archetype makes the signs. Archetype makes the signs. So here you are trying to redeem the credibility of someone who the credibility was not in question, by the way. I was not calling into question Ibrahim's credibility, and I was not calling into question BRICKSHELL Cases' credibility. That appears to be a real website, a real company that makes a real product. I've always been asking about BRICKSHELL signage because it doesn't seem to exist. And here you are, always a great guy. Okay, what does that have to do with anything? I'm asking still about BRICKSHELL signage and why it's being offered up as a manufacturer required, but it don't exist. Then you try to, again, uses the same tools when you think about it. I've been thinking about it for about 2 weeks. Ever since I saw BRICKSHELL signage, I've been thinking about it. He don't make the signs. It makes no sense. Please reach out and get directly from Abe, as he has sent you emails and DMs that have gone unanswered. I cannot even fathom going onto someone else's
YouTube channel publicly packing tails for somebody else, talking about reach out to them, he sent you emails that gone unanswered. If I really wanted to resolve something, I might personally email them as a colleague. It was very disrespectful, very insulting, and unprofessional to make these comments publicly in this way and expect any other response from me, but a public one. So let's get to those emails. Breaking news update. Still no response from BRICKSHELL Cases, by the way. So while he was all out here in public, saying, oh, it's gone unanswered, she's ignoring me, I'm frustrated, he got his friend ACOB, who I liked, who I put his videos out for y'all. I suggested his channel. I suggested y'all go over there and watch his channel. He got him on me and gone unanswered. I don't have to answer a fucking email, by the way. I just want to keep being very clear about that. But as soon as I saw that BRICKSHELL Cases sent me an email yesterday morning, I responded to it. Now, I'm going to show y'all the email he sent me, but I'm not going to show the email address, even though it is a public email address, because God forbid somebody accuse me again falsely of doing something I'm definitely damn sure not doing. Okay? God forbid. God forbid. Here's the first one, okay? Which I didn't get until the next morning. Yes, he did send this to me that day. The day my video came out, he sent it to me. He claims he had a red receipt. I did not read this until the next morning. First email. Hello. Several folks brought your recent video about BRICKSHELL Cases to my attention. Well, it wasn't a video about BRICKSHELL Cases, Ibrahim. It was a video about BRICKSHELL signage. That's what the video was about, not BRICKSHELL Cases. But, you know, since y'all don't clearly know the difference between signage and cases, I mean, you're in this industry, I would think you would know, but I guess I have to keep reiterating. I don't give a shit about BRICKSHELL Cases. And I never really did. I'm asking about the signage because it's a required vendor. Would you be open to a call to clear up anything you have questions about? To not bury the lead, I am not associated with the McNeff or BAM in any way. Well, but you are. And you've admitted you are. You said you were an authorized vendor, or BRICKSHELL Cases was. So which one is it? Is not associated or you are? And the comments or hints that I run some kind of shell are categorically false. Abe. Now, I know y'all sat through that whole entire 25-minute video. Again. Did I comment or hint that Abe runs some kind of shell? Yes or no? Put a yes or a no in the chat. Did I comment or hint that Abe runs some kind of shell? No is the answer. Happy to explain more and clear up, and more importantly, prove anything we discuss. My company is very publicly involved in the Lego community, and I'm active with ACOB. Looking forward to answering your questions. So ACOB ought to probably be pissed. If I'm ACOB as a YouTuber, I'm going to be pissed at this guy. You're using my credibility to bolster yourself? Don't say I'm friends with BJC when you're trying to clear your name up. But the thing that's so crazy is I was never accusing Abe, of anything. What I was actually if any accusations or hints were made at all, it was, who do we know in this story who uses weird, cutesy little names? Afraid of lawsuits, legally mine, Veil, Shield. That would be the McNeffs. not Ibrahim Khatib. Comments or hints that I run some kind of shell are false. Well, I never said that, and I just want to be very clear since I keep getting accused of shit I didn't say. I don't think Ibrahim runs a shell company. I don't think that. I never have thought it. The question I want to reiterate was about BRICKSHELL signage, which does not exist in any business record, by the way. That was the whole thing. What is it? I did not accuse Ibrahim of shit. I said his name one time in the video, and that was to move on from it. Big BRICKSHELL LLC, this is in Texas. I don't know what this is. Moving on. And now he's saying, oh, any comments or hints are false. I didn't say he ran a shell. I'm just going to be very clear. I did not say he ran a shell company. I do not believe he runs a shell company. I still do not know to this day what is BRICKSHELL signage, other than Ammon and Matt just, or whoever wrote that operations manual, put it in there for some time. Okay, that was the first email. Let's go to the next one. Next one. Now that was sent at 9:57 a.m. yesterday from BRICKSHELL Cases. All right. Now, there was an email sent to me from Abe. Hold on. I don't even see it in here. Hold on. Did he send it to my other email? Hold on. Let me go to my other email address. Yeah. This was the day I made my video, 2:26 p.m. And I responded. Okay. Abe himself sent me that exact same email. Hello, several folks brought your recent video about BRICKSHELL Cases to my attention. Would you, and again, it was not a video about BRICKSHELL Cases. It was a video about BRICKSHELL signage. The required vendor, the one of two required vendors that every single franchisee must go through to get their sign, or else they lose their whole life savings and they get their shit ripped out from under them. There was a lawsuit we already read from Oregon. We already read the lawsuit where Bricks and Minifigs does cancel people's shit for having the wrong sign. They do. They do. So the email that he had sent me on the, I want to be very transparent. He did email me at 2:26 p.m. my time on the day my video came out. I didn't see it until the next morning. By the time the next morning rolled around, he had sent it also from BRICKSHELL Cases. BRICKSHELL Cases sends me an email. Oh, I saw a video you wrote about BRICKSHELL Cases. No, I didn't. I made the video about BRICKSHELL signage, which apparently doesn't exist, but that's fine. Whatever. So I emailed him back yesterday. I got that email yesterday from BRICKSHELL Cases at 9:57 a.m. my time. I replied at 10:25 a.m. One more time. I got this email you're looking at 9:57. Not even 30 minutes later, I replied at 10:25 a.m. my time. Let me show y'all what my email says. Hold on. Something just weird happened. Did you ever reader view? Did you ever reader view your email? That was weird. Okay. So like literally 30 minutes later, I respond. And this is what I say. 10:25 a.m. 10:25 a.m. About to show y'all. Just pulling up this email. I'm not sharing his email address. That's not the purpose. Please don't contact anybody mentioned in this video. I wish I didn't have to make this video, but since now my credibility has been called into question by people whose credibility I have vouched for, we're going to have to read. We're going to have to read. I said, hey, Abe, thanks for reaching out.
Thanks for being willing to discuss the details. I definitely think you will be able to help clear up any confusion and outstanding questions that I have in search of the truth. Do you have availability after noon today? Let me know what time works for you. 10:25 in the morning, I send this email. Thanks for reaching out. Thanks for being, look, I'm polite. Thanks for being willing to discuss the details. Now, do I have to be being polite? No. He surely hasn't given me the benefit of the doubt, but here I am being polite. Hey, thanks for reaching out. Thanks for being willing to discuss the details. I definitely think you're going to be able to help clear up any confusion and outstanding questions I have in search of the truth. Do you have any availability today? Anytime after noon? Let me know what times work for you. Now, I did have plans with my family at 6:30 p.m., but this is 10:25 in the morning, right? So I'm like, all right, Abe's going to probably get back to me. We'll be able to talk before 6:30. 3 hours go by. That was 10:25 a.m. 3 hours go by. Remember how fast he was to accuse me of ignoring his emails? How quick and fast he was to accuse me of ignoring his emails because he knows I saw it within 1 hour. 3 hours go by. And he finally responds. Okay. He says the following. I'm going to have to take it in 2 screenshots because now this is where we're going to start getting into actually some answers. Finally, after all this drama these grown men created for no freaking reason at all. For no reason at all. I was not even focused on Ibrahim at all. Nor was I focused on BRICKSHELL cases. That seemed to be a normal business that made cases. Whatever. Okay. So he reaches out to me from BRICKSHELL cases about 9:57. 9:57 exactly is when I got this. 10:25. So like not even 30 full minutes later, I'm like, yeah, cool. Yeah. Did afternoon work for you? Anytime afternoon? Well, at 1:27, he finally responds. 1:27. He says, good morning. Sorry for the delay in replying. It's a very busy day and I wear many hats. Well, that's for damn fucking sure. I'm sending you the below information in the meantime, and we can schedule the call after you've had time to digest it. Perhaps as soon as this evening. Does that work? Okay, but I've already literally said, do you have availability like afternoon? Now you waited until an hour and a half after noon to even respond, but I'm the one who's being chastised publicly for not responding fast enough. Okay, gotcha. BLUF, I think that means bottom line up front. BRICKSHELL has no personal, family, or business relationship with the McNeffs. We are an approved vendor for years. This and if you ever watched this video for giving me this little bit of information before completely ghosting me. Do appreciate that. Thank you. He says, first of all, that your first problem, okay, one of the things that I took issue with in the video, the name, BRICKSHELL. It didn't sit right with me. Abe apparently either intentionally ignored this part of my video or didn't watch it. Apparently didn't watch it. I didn't say, oh, Ibrahim Khatib, who named his company BRICKSHELL Signage, is a scammer. I mean, that's like what they're... I barely mentioned him. One time in the whole video, I said his name one time. And it's because he's publicly listed as the registered agent for BRICKSHELL LLC. Moving on. That was it. That was it. The reason I took issue with the name BRICKSHELL had nothing to do with BRICKSHELL cases. It had to do with Afraid of Lawsuits, LLC. It had to do with Legally Mine, LLC. It had to do with Veil Corporate, LLC. It had to do with Shield. It had nothing to do with BRICKSHELL cases. I was really more considering that it was something from Ammon and Matt. I said one time Ibrahim's name. I didn't even say Abe. Where's all this defensiveness coming from? And the attacks?
Hit dog hollers or what? But he thinks it's funny. Ha ha ha, into funny. BRICKSHELL doesn't sit right with me. Yeah, because the context wasn't in the context of a case. It was in the context of a required vendor for the franchisees. Okay? And these people acting like I was supposed to just know BRICKSHELL Cases was the same exact company as BRICKSHELL LLC was the same exact company as BRICKSHELL Signage. I'm never going to make that type of assumption, because if I do, then y'all would be on my ass for making that assumption. He said I guess BRICKSHELL Cases, makes display cases to protect Lego sets from dust. Protect being the operative word here, kind of like a shell protects a turtle, question mark. I don't know why that's a question, but okay. But I get it, being so on the nose. Y'all, they name one of their shell companies BRICKSHELL is just too good. They can't be that obvious, right? And if I said that, I mean, I ain't talking about Ibrahim in this context, nor was I ever. He just assumed I was talking about him. I'm talking about BRICKSHELL Signage. I didn't know that BRICKSHELL Cases was BRICKSHELL Signage. How could I have known that? Anyway, he thinks it's funny. He thinks it's so funny that I have reasonable questions. Moving on. Who is BRICKSHELL Signage? Finally, 1:30 yesterday, finally, 24 hours after my first video goes up, finally I'm getting some type of answer. BRICKSHELL Cases became an authorized vendor for Lego displays with Bricks and Minifigs several years ago. Okay. But when? Okay, several years could be 3. Several years could be 6. Several years could be 2015. Several years could be 2022. So when is the several years ago? I don't know. That's a question I have. Sometime after that relationship was established. Okay, again, when? An executive of BAM, who? Right? You see how it's like very, very passive, very ambiguous? BRICKSHELL Cases, passive voice, became an authorized vendor for Lego displays. So this is the cases with Bricks and Minifigs several years ago. When? Sometime after that relationship was established. Okay, we don't know when the relationship was established. We don't know what the sometime after, and we don't know the several years ago. An executive of BAM, again, who? And I'm sure he realized I was going to say this. Who? An executive of BAM, who? Not the McNeffs. Someone who's no longer with the company. Well, who? Again, who? Asked if I could help through my relationship with Archetype Signs with manufacturing high quality signs for the franchises. Okay, so what I think, this is a conspiracy theory. I know Abe don't like these, but it's my theory based on what I have available to me. I think AI wrote this first draft, and everywhere you see a parentheses is something he added in after the AI. That's just a conspiracy theory. I totally made that up based on no facts. So could be true, could be not. I don't know. But I think what the sentence used to say was sometime after that relationship was established, an executive of BAM asked if I could help with manufacturing high quality signs for the franchises. But look what was added in here in parentheses. Sometime after that relationship was established, an executive of BAM, not the McNeffs. Don't look over there. Someone who's no longer with the company asked if I could help with manufacturing the high quality signs for the franchises, but help how? Through his relationship with Archetype. Well, this is pretty pathetic. Bricks and Minifigs has all these stores all over the place. They can't establish their own relationship. They got to go through the BRICKSHELL Cases guy. That's kind of, what are the franchisees actually paying for at this point? Couldn't they have gone through someone too if this is how they're going to be getting their signs? I mean, these are the questions I'm asking, and that's who I'm looking out for. Whether they find me offensive or not. Asked if I could help through my relationship with Archetype Signs, with manufacturing their signs. We did a couple test stores and were subsequently approved as a sign vendor. Okay, so this kind of reminds me of like how like when a municipality or a township needs a contractor to do something big or whatever, and they just go straight to their, cousin or whatever. Like, hey, I know you have a relationship with so-and-so. You want to do a couple jobs and see if they like you. And like, but that's not illegal in this context. There's nothing wrong with it, but it does kind of like just, make me wonder how they knew he had this relationship with Archetype Signs, who the executive is. I can only wonder, and I can only speculate, and I can only guess because he didn't tell me. Who asked him to help with these signs? When was several years ago? At what point after the relationship was established? How sometime? Okay, I don't know why you wouldn't just say who it was if they're no longer with the company. Now, I remind you, this is the one who reached out to me. He reached out to me to clear this stuff up. I'm not banging down his door to ask these questions. Not only did he reach out to me to clear this stuff up, then he starts bullying me and picking on me in public about, why are you ignoring me? I'm not. BRICKSHELL was asked to remain as the point of contact for the Bricks and Minifigs signage program. The Bricks and Minifigs signage program? What? For two reasons. Number one, the test stores had a great overall experience and made mention of this to corporate. Okay, so he got good reviews. He helped people get their signs set up through Archetype, by the way. And they liked it and they gave him good reviews to corporate. And number two, Archetype could not, I'm going to read it without the parentheses. Archetype could not dedicate a project manager for the Bricks and Minifigs program. But you see what he put in parentheses? At that time. So read all together, Archetype could not, Archetype, the sign company, the big, huge national sign company, could not at that time dedicate a project manager for the Bricks and Minifigs program. Again, when? At what time? At what time? He never told me. So now we're dealing with a time that isn't that time, but because he didn't tell me which time was that time, and several years ago, could be 3 years ago, could be 12 freaking years ago for all we know. And he didn't tell me how long after the sometime after was. He didn't tell me who to kind of narrow down, okay, this person worked for Bricks and Minifigs from this time to this time. It's just all vague. And then more at that times. So very vague. Archetype Signs could not at that time, dedicate a project manager for the band program. Okay, but what about at this time? What about at this time? What about right now? Can Archetype right now dedicate a project manager? Are Bricks and this is the question. Okay, this is the question in case it's unclear at this point. Are Bricks and Minifigs independently owned and operated stores, these franchisees being forced to pay a middleman, namely Abe, Ibrahim Khatib? Are they being literally forced to pay this middleman for extra that they wouldn't have to pay? It's a question, not an accusation, by the way. Are the franchisees paying more money because there's a middleman than they would be if they were working with a dedicated project manager? Because this man told me in my emails yesterday, he used to be the sign vendor, even though he always got the signs from Archetype. BRICKSHELL was asked to remain the point of contact after what? Right, like, again, this what is this freaking timeline? For two reasons. The test stores liked him, and Archetype couldn't, at that time, dedicate a project manager. Well, can Archetype dedicate a project manager today? Why does Abe need to be involved? Who's paying Abe? Are the franchisees paying Abe? Is this something they maybe don't have to pay? Is Archetype Sign actually giving them the best deal? Is this the best market value? These are reasonable questions, by the way. These are not conspiracy theories. These are reasonable questions, and I guarantee you at least some of the franchisees are wondering the same. Now, I don't know for sure, but it seems like that to me. I certainly would be if I was one of them. He says, subsequently, in the vendor directory, again, when, we don't know when subsequently, who knows? In the vendor directory, 2 entries were made. By whom? One was for BRICKSHELL cases, and another one was for BRICKSHELL signage. Now, I never saw this, by the way. The only place I saw BRICKSHELL signage, it didn't have this hyphen like this, and it was in the required vendors. It was not in the vendor directory. It was in required vendors. Vendor directory, I think, is that long, table. And I only saw BRICKSHELL cases, by the way. BRICKSHELL signage, I did not see in the vendor directory. But again, what we have access to is just like a reproduction. I don't know what's actually in that actual operating agreement. But I have reason to believe that is a real operating agreement that we do have access to, because Matt McNeff sent copyright takedowns to one of the websites hosting it and a cease and desist letter to another one. So I do think it is real, but I don't know how up to date it is. Subsequently, when in the vendor directory, 2 entries were made, one for BRICKSHELL cases, another for BRICKSHELL signage. It was never its own company, and it was always transparent that the signage was going through Archetype. I feel gaslit because it definitely did not look like that to me. It looked like they were being extremely clear that you had 2 options for your sign manufacturer, American Made Sign or BRICKSHELL signage. It did not say Archetype. So I completely disagree that it was completely transparent. But that could just be a difference of opinion. He says it was always transparent. Signs were being made through Archetype. I personally informed stores of this as well during the onboarding calls where we discussed how signage works, the permitting, and the install process. I'm going to have to take his word for it because I wasn't there. I wasn't there. But he says he told the stores, hey, look, I don't make the signs. So were they violating the operating agreement when they got them through him? Because it don't say BRICKSHELL cases, BRICKSHELL signage makes your sign. BRICKSHELL cases makes the signs. This is BRICKSHELL signage. They must make the signs. So if they were being so transparent, saying, look, it's not me making the signs, it's Archetype, weren't they violating the operating agreement? Again, he did say at that time, at some point in time, Archetype couldn't dedicate a project manager for the BAM sign program. But this leads me to believe at some point in time, they absolutely could dedicate a project manager. But for some reason, they just kept Abe on. He says further, the vendor directory doesn't list BRICKSHELL signage anymore. I believe this was changed last year. Now, all in public, he was like, it was changed late last year. It was changed last year. But in the email to me, he just believes it was changed last year. Now, I don't know if it was changed at all, much less last year. So I'll have to take his word for it. He says stores now work directly with an Archetype. Oh, this is confusing. Do stores now work directly with an Archetype project manager, or were you asked to remain as the point of contact? What is this Abe guy's job, and what is he really doing, and who is he really benefiting? How much is he making on top of whatever Archetype is making? Anything? Maybe not. Maybe he works for free. I don't know. But finally, we're being told a confirmation. A confirmation. BRICKSHELL signage never existed. One of the required... I got called a conspiracy theorist. I got called not credible. I got told to look at that website. Well, guess what, everybody? Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, theys and thems, and everybody else. It was pretty credible because I was right. There is no BRICKSHELL signage, and he said it himself. It was never its own company. Stores now work directly with an Archetype PM, but he's still in on it. He's still looking. He's still surveilling the emails. Again, I don't really know why. Why is the guy that makes the BRICKSHELL cases the Archetype looped in
represent BAM, represent Brick and Minifig, represent BRICKSHELL cases, and he also represents Archetype. Well, this is starting to sound a lot more like a broker than a manufacturer. Okay, the cases, again, cases seems completely checks out. BRICKSHELL cases, they have a website, they have cases on the website, they have Instagram, they have cases on the Instagram. It appears as though they make cases. You could buy cases from them. Fine. I'm not talking about cases. I'm talking about signs. Further, the vendor directory doesn't list BRICKSHELL signage anymore. This was changed, I believe, last year. Stores now work directly with the Archetype project manager. I'm still looped in, though. Why? You get paid for that? Serve as an escalation point if issues arise. Last, I don't have any visibility into the operations manual, but I believe you're looking at an outdated version. That's fair. I believe I might be, because, I mean, a lot can happen in 2 years. So I do believe it could be outdated, but that's all I have to go on. I'm not a franchisee. I don't talk to franchisees. And even if I did, I probably wouldn't be asking them to send me stuff. So maybe it's an outdated version. Fine. But again, confirming it is real. Seemingly, you know, to his ability to. He does say, I don't know. I'm not in the operation. But it's like, you know, even this line here, this little paragraph right here, it kind of contradicts itself. Because he's looped into all conversations having to do with getting these signs made, and he serves as an escalation point. So he's like, they don't list BRICKSHELL signage anymore. The stores work directly with an Archetype person now, except they don't, because I'm looped in and I'm kind of like a go-between in case issues arise. So it almost looks like he does still represent the interest of Bricks and Minifigs. He did say this in one of his comments. We have no relationship with BAM, but then he changes it to they do have a relationship, but the only relationship they have is as a vendor. The way it worked before what, we don't know. He represents 2 companies. His own company, which is BRICKSHELL Cases, and he represented Archetype Signs. Brick and Minifigs then asked him to become a sign vendor, but they wanted to keep the vendor directory simple by putting companies on there that don't exist, I guess. That vendor directory was changed late last year. Okay, so then he says, it was changed late last year, but I'm still looped in all the conversations. Okay, next question he gets to. Who is Archetype? He says Archetype is, quote, our partner. Who's our? Who's our? Our partner in BRICKSHELL manufacturing and a national sign maker. Okay, fine. Thank you. Does BAM Corporate get kickbacks? He said, absolutely not. Not much else to say about this. Not sure how to prove a negative. Okay. Guess we'll have to take his word for it. That BAM Corporate doesn't get any kickbacks. Now, what I do want to know, do they get any benefits at all whatsoever, like perhaps discounts on all signs that they are then allowed and able to use on their own corporate stores? I mean, these are probably things Ibrahim Khatib wouldn't even know. But I mean, it's a question I have. And asking a question is not an attack. Charging for quotes. Now, he's been the most adamant about this. We have never charged for quotes. Not sure I even understand what the operations manual was referencing. We bid hundreds of jobs across multiple franchises. We win some and lose others. Sorry, but I really don't have input this. I can only speak to the fact we don't charge for quotes. Win or lose, we never have. Okay? We bid hundreds of jobs, win some, lose others. Now, when he says we bid hundreds of jobs across multiple franchises, I don't know what that means. Does that mean a bunch of franchise locations of Bricks and Minifigs and he only works with Bricks and Minifigs? Or does that mean he works with other franchises as this sort of representative? I don't know. But I'll tell you, once I'm getting to the bottom of this supposedly like explanation, I have more questions than answers. I mean, I have more questions now. But he does say they don't charge for quotes and never have. I have to take his word on that. I don't know if that's true or not, but he's saying it. So I'll have to take his word on it. Why are there required vendors? We already kind of got to this. It's common practice. It serves the purpose of ensuring consistency. And in and of itself, that even seems kind of fine. The issue, though, for me is why doesn't it just say archetype signs? Maybe it does now. Apparently, it was changed last year. Okay. So I'm like, cool. Remember, at the beginning of this email, he said, I'm sending you this information and we can schedule the call after you had time to digest it. Okay. So he's sending me this information and then he wanted me to still get on the call, which I still wanted to do and still to this day want to do. I mean, he can come on here live if he wants to. I have a list of questions I still want the answer to. So that email was sent at 1:27 p.m. yesterday. Guess what time I responded? 1:50. Not even 30 minutes. Again, not even 30 minutes again go by. Again. Now, he took 3 hours. He took 3 hours to respond to me yesterday. I took 30 minutes. Both times. But publicly, he's accusing me of ignoring his emails. He took 3 hours. I took not even 30 minutes. Less, fewer, under 30 minutes. Okay, so here's my response to that. I said, and this is for transparency because I'm being accused of things that are false publicly. Hi, Abe. Thanks for providing some clarification. Does 5 p.m. work for you for a call? I sent him this at 1:50 p.m. after already talking since like 10:25 this morning about talking today. Hey, do you have time after 12? He emails me 1:27. I'm like, okay, thanks for that. Are you available at 5? Now, again, I told you I had plans with my family at 6:30, but I didn't want him to feel like, rushed or whatever. So I'm kind of like, hey, 5 o'clock. Are you could you? I sent this within under 30 minutes of him sending all this, right? Thanks for the clarification. Again, thanks for the clarification. Exclamation point. Does this look, I'm ignoring him to y'all? I'm not ignoring him. Actually, I'm very thankful that he is reaching out. Usually people don't reach out. I don't usually talk to people. Usually I just look at the public record and whatever's there, that's what I do. Hey, does 5 p.m. work for you? No answer. That was at 1:50. So, I mean, I had already emailed him that. I didn't want to be annoying, or whatever. Like, I didn't want to, pester him. But, I asked a specific time. Does 5 p.m. Eastern work for you? Now, 5 p.m. Eastern would be even later, by the way, for Abe. Because he is in Texas. So that would have been 6 p.m. Eastern for him. Hold on. My computer's glitching. Hold on. Computer's glitching.
Okay, got it. So I emailed him back. Thank you so much for the clarification. Does 5 p.m. work for you? This was already after at 10 in the morning, 10:30 in the morning, asking him, can you talk today after 12? He gives me this long thing. He says, after you had time to digest this, maybe we can talk tonight. Whatever, cool. Within 30 minutes, hey, does 5 p.m. work? This is at 1:50 p.m. Eastern. 1:50 p.m. Eastern. So it'd been 12:50 p.m. Okay, I had it backwards. My bad. I was doing too many things at once. Central time is earlier, so it would have been 4 p.m. his time. Okay, and I understand that's short notice and all that, but he also did say we could talk tonight. Okay, so I told him this. I said, "4:24. Hey, just circling back to see if this is 4:24, so we still would have had 35 minutes. Just circling back to see if 5 p.m. Eastern works for you. Sorry for double tapping. I just want to make sure there's adequate time for us to speak if we do the call tonight. I have plans with my family at 6:30. Totally understandable if not. Look, I'm being very, very professional. Still truly never accusing him of anything. Totally understandable if not, I said, and I can make time first thing in the morning, that would have been this morning, for a call. In the meantime, I do not plan to make any further public statements, videos, or posts on the matter until I hear back from you on scheduling a call. This was yesterday at 4:24, about 22 hours ago, almost 23 now. I even offered him the courtesy not to make any more videos, any more public statements, any more public comments till I got the truth from him. I've been trying all day since 10:30 to get in touch with him for a call. My very first email said, "Thanks for reaching out. You have availability today?" My next email, "Hey, can you talk at 5? He doesn't answer it. Hours go by. "Hey, does 5 work?" Does this look like I'm ignoring him? Or does it look like he's ignoring me? Totally understandable. I can make time first thing in the morning for a call. In the meantime, I don't plan to make any further statements, videos, or posts on the matter until I hear back from you on scheduling a call. Also, in the meantime, because my schedule doesn't permit me to be on the phone all damn night tonight, if you would like for me to post your first email response on my YouTube, I can do a screenshot or I can copy and paste it. I'm more than happy to do so. You apparently feel as though I have accused you of some transgression, but I can assure you I have not. I also know you don't believe me, but it's still the truth. You have a lot more information than I do as a member of the public. This leads me and the public to rightfully ask questions. That is not an attack. I did a typo. It says that is it an attack. It means, I meant to say that is not an attack. Plus, I said, the McNeffs actually do name their businesses very bizarre names. And most of the time the names are humorous. Afraid of lawsuits, Veil Corporate, Legally Mine, for asset protection, etc. I said to Abe, my allegiance lies with the truth. And the truth is my primary concern. Please let me know how you wish to move forward today/tonight and when you are available for a call. This was 4:24 p.m. Eastern yesterday. After I had emailed him at 1:50 Eastern asking if 5 p.m. works, after I had emailed him at 10:30 asking if he was available, does this look like I'm ignoring him? Does this look like his emails have gone unanswered? Well, I'll let you know, he didn't respond to this at all. He didn't say, yeah, I want you to post my email. He didn't say, no, don't post it. He didn't say, hey, I'm not going to be able to make it for 6:30. Maybe we can talk in the morning. Hey, I'm not available in the morning, but I'm available tomorrow after this time. Nothing. I got nothing back from him. Nothing. So then this morning, after going into my emails and seeing that I got nothing from him, I sent him another email. This is the third one. And as of the time of the live stream here that I'm doing, he still hasn't responded. Still. So he's acting one way publicly, like I'm trying to like intentionally put out false information, like I'm making these accusations. No, I'm not. I would actually love if he would just tell me what he knows and answer my questions. I got my whole list ready. I got a whole list of questions ready thinking I was going to get the opportunity to talk to him. No, that wasn't the right one. Hold on. Is this the one? No, I took a picture of the wrong thing. Hold on. So this morning, 9:31 Eastern, I sent this email. Sorry, I took a picture of the one that I had just already read. "9:31 a.m. This was 2 hours, more than 2 hours before my live stream today. More than 2 hours before my live stream today, but about 2 hours. Hi, Abe. Just checking in, or excuse me, just checking back in to see if you wanted to get on that call this morning. You were very eager to speak with me when you were replying to my comments for the past 2 days, emailing me from different email addresses to get my attention and falsely accusing me publicly of ignoring you, which was not true. I simply just hadn't seen your email till yesterday morning. This email marks my third unanswered attempt to get on a call. I guess I should have just said third attempt, but it did go unanswered. To get on a call to get some of my questions answered. I offered you the option of simply posting the first email reply you sent to my YouTube page, but you still haven't replied to that either. In my correspondence, I also extended you the courtesy of waiting to hear back from you before speaking on the BRICKSHELL issue again, but you haven't replied to my emails in nearly 20 hours. I'll remind you that you falsely, publicly accused me of ignoring you when I didn't see your email within 1 hour. Anyway, I'm still happy to hear you out if you want to jump on a call this morning. Otherwise, I'm going to continue my investigation from using the public record without the benefit of your insight. I have another live show in a few hours, so I just wanted to triple tap to see if you were interested in getting on a call this morning. I've also offered to speak with ACOB, a stranger who I do not know, when he started publicly defending you against nothing in my comments as well. Still haven't heard back from him either. Well, now he's in the comment section, so y'all can see what he had to say. I mean, the live chat. I haven't been reading those as they come, but I did see a couple of them earlier. It's pretty frustrating. Remember he said it was so frustrating that I'm ignoring him? Remember that? Let me remind you. Let me remind you. Sorry if I came across dismissive. He said this yesterday. But in my head, this is really nothing. And I addressed everything that was suspect. Transparently, I'm getting frustrated that BJC is replying to other comments but ignoring me or whatever he had said here. Well, okay, two can be frustrated, baby boy, because I'm frustrated now. Because you making all this bullshit drama out in the public when nobody mentioned you, nobody came for you, nobody yanked your chain. I said it's pretty frustrating this morning at 9:31 a.m. to have two grown men ganging up on me in my own comments and replies, to be publicly falsely accused of ignoring you, and then for you to ghost me when I try to get to the truth. Anyway, still hope to hear from you this morning. If not, I'll just keep doing my research how I do it. And I expect you not to take any issue with it, since you're now ignoring my attempts to discuss the details with you by not responding to my repeated attempts to get the truth. Thanks for your time. Now, there was also a Reddit comment, and I cannot substantiate this Reddit comment like as being belonging to BRICKSHELL. Actually, let me go here first.
So this wasn't my only attempt to make a statement. I also said this yesterday. On my public YouTube post, because y'all, again, I have no issue, and especially at that time, I had absolutely no issue with this guy. He wasn't on my radar. I wasn't looking into him at all. I was just trying to figure out who was this required vendor. He starts making all these crazy allegations that I'm ignoring him, and he knows I read his email. Well, I didn't read it, so I don't know how you could know something that didn't happen, but okay. At the time, I hadn't read it. I've obviously read it now. We just read it all together. Anyway, so I said, public service announcement regarding BRICKSHELL cases. I have never accused BRICKSHELL cases of any wrongdoing or scam, which can be evinced if you just watch my video from yesterday, which we did do painstakingly at the beginning of this live stream today. I did not accuse them of wrongdoing at all. Still today, I'm not accusing them of wrongdoing at all. I presented reasonable questions based on public documents and information. This morning, I realized that in the time since my BRICKSHELL video came out, BRICKSHELL has made various comments, and actually it was replies to comments on the video. BRICKSHELL seems to believe I'm accusing them of wrongdoing, which I am not. I also received several emails from BRICKSHELL and its owner, Abe, which I became aware of this morning, and this was yesterday I posted this. I responded. That was hours ago, and my email has still gone unanswered. I await their response to my email so I can hopefully get some of my questions answered and get to the truth. I tagged ACOB. I tagged BRICKSHELL cases. Why did I tag ACOB? Because I liked him. I thought we were in the same, field. I thought we were both looking for the truth. He's out here saying, you haven't answered. Your credibility was great until now. Well, here you go. I'm trying to get in touch with him. There's nothing else I could have done to get in touch with him. As soon as I was aware, and like in the business world, by the way, you don't start accusing people of ignoring shit until like at least a good 24 hours after the email is sent. I don't know what in the fuck he's talking about a red receipt about, because I did not read that email. But he's saying it, I know she read my email. Well, that doesn't even add up or make sense. Does it even make sense that I would ignore a guy who has insider firsthand knowledge when I'm asking a specific question he can answer? Doesn't even make sense. Oh yeah, I read it and I didn't respond. But even if I did, girl, maybe I had a gynecologist appointment or something. Shit, you can't have one day to respond to an email? Apparently not. So since he wants to expect people to respond in 1 hour, I guess that's the expectation that I'm going to put on him, and he has utterly failed. I never accused him of shit, okay? I'll just say that. Except being weird. Now, apparently he done went in the Reddit too, okay? He apparently done went in the Reddit too, and he's commenting over there, instead of responding to me, all while leaving up these public comments that I'm the one ignoring him. It's ridiculous. I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about the McNeffs. Let me find this Reddit comment. Okay. So people are commenting, whatever, on the Reddit. And someone says, so BRICKSHELL still makes Lego cases, but the signage, this is Sophie Plus, but the signage now is made by Archetype. The older business manual doesn't reflect the current changes. I guess it now names BRICKSHELL for cases and has had to be updated to Archetype for signs or something. So this account called Large Fig, again, I can't substantiate that this is BRICKSHELL cases or not because it just says Large Fig, but it says, hey folks, BRICKSHELL here. I know the account is unverified, so if a mod or someone can help with that. I sent an email answering exactly these questions to BJ. That's me. So there was some questions asked up here, right? Like, Unanswered is, why would a case company be the exclusive provider for signage? Why are they charging for signage quotes even if they never asked to provide signage? Why is the LLC incorporated in such an unclear way with inconsistent names and different headquarter locations? Is there a financial benefit? So he emailed me answering, or at least addressing, maybe not quite answering, but at least addressing these questions. Yes, he did. And in the meanwhile, I was waiting to get on a call with him. I had emailed him once or twice at that point to ask him to get on a call with me, but he's not responding to my email. He's on Reddit still pretending like I'm ignoring him, which I have now shown unequivocal proof that I was not. I emailed him at 10:30 yesterday. I emailed him again at 1:50 yesterday. I emailed him again at 4:24 yesterday. And I emailed him again this morning at 9:22. Still, he never made any effort to get on this call with me. I sent an email. There's nothing to hide. Happy to elaborate. I'm going to give BJC a chance to share what I've already told her. And after that, I'll probably do a stream with ACOB. So he's still like credibility laundering as far as it looks like to me. That's not an allegation of a crime. Please fucking relax. Meaning he's trading on ACOB's good reputation again. Again. And again. If I'm ACOB, I'm going to be pissed. Don't be finagling and interfering with my professional relationships. So this is confusing, right? Because she's ignoring me. She's ignoring me. Meanwhile, I'm fucking not. He's ignoring me. I'm going to give her a chance to share what I've already told her. And after that, I'll probably do a stream with ACOB to address anything that's left. BJC can say she didn't accuse me or BRICKSHELL of anything, but the thumbnail, in line with bad actors, the video comments, and good old perception is reality say otherwise. Well, you dumb bitch, you just told on yourself. Because I didn't accuse you of anything. But if you watched that video and your perception was you did something wrong, that's your conscience. Huh? I said your name exactly once in that video. And it was to say, I don't think that's the same company. All the while ignoring me, not wanting to get on the phone with me. All the while making public false allegations. BJC can say she didn't accuse me or BRICKSHELL of anything, but the thumbnail. Oh, now it's the thumbnail? Okay. Let's see if there's an accusation in this thumbnail. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Where's the accusation here? BRICKSHELL LLC. Why did they hide this? Bricks and Minifigs. So who would be the they here? Bricks and Minifigs. What does this sign say? Bricks and Minifigs. What does this sign say? Bricks and Minifigs. Where's the accusation, Abe? Because I promise you, if I start making accusations, it's going to hurt a lot more than what this little thumbnail. Where's the accusation? These dramatic bitches. I never want to hear them talking about women are too emotional because they don't even use their logic over here. BJC can say she didn't accuse me or BRICKSHELL of anything, but the thumbnail, that was the accusation. And the comments on the video. Oh, okay. So now when y'all make a comment, it's me making an accusation, according to Ibrahim Khatib. According to Ibrahim Khatib, when y'all make a comment, that is me accusing him of something. Do you see why I don't have a Discord? Do you see why I don't let y'all comment shit in my Reddit? Because everything y'all say gets attributed to me. If you say something in a comment, Ibrahim Khatib says that's me accusing him of something. How?
She can say she didn't accuse me of anything, but the thumbnail and the comments from other fucking people in my videos and the fact that he perceived, so basically he hallucinated something that didn't happen. He imagined something that truly didn't happen, and that's an accusation. These fragile bitches. Whoa. I'm going to have to put an extra prayer in for this man's frontal lobe because I didn't accuse him of shit. He didn't quote the accusation. He didn't say, she accused me of XYZ. She accused BRICKSHELL of da-da-da-da-da-da. No. Just there was a thumbnail and other people commented vague, ambiguous. And he perceived that I was accusing him of something. Maybe that's your guilty conscience. Because I most certainly didn't accuse you of anything. And as proof, we're going to do a poll. There's 948 people in the chat right now. We're going to do a poll. I want to see, did I accuse, y'all watched the video with me earlier. So I want you to answer, honestly, did I accuse BRICKSHELL Cases or Ibrahim Khalid, Khatib of a damn thing? Did I accuse him or BRICKSHELL Cases of anything? And I want y'all to vote on this poll. I'm about to make the poll right now. Girl, no, I gotta watch this horsey. Skip, okay. All right, I'm putting the poll up here. Start a poll. Did I accuse Abe or BRICKSHELL Cases of anything in Tuesday's video? Anything? Yes or no? Now, we all just watched it together, okay? Do not take my word for it. Only vote if you saw it, okay? Did I accuse Ibrahim of anything? Please do. Please do vote. Now, someone said, can I have a third option? Well, no, because I already posted the poll now. No, but I can understand why they might be defensive. Sure, you could say that, but that doesn't mean, just because they're defensive don't mean I accuse them, by the way. Did I accuse Abe of anything? Anything. I'm pretty sure I just mentioned his name once and was like, oh, I don't think. That's BRICKSHELL LLC. I mean, I don't know how that fits in here. So while y'all are voting on that, let's read the rest of his Reddit comment. Now, again, I can't substantiate that this is for sure him. He acknowledges it too. My account is unverified. I can say I didn't accuse him of anything, but the thumbnail and y'all's comments and the fact that he perceived some ambiguous accusation means it is definitely true. His feelings are the facts, but the facts aren't the facts. Not only that, but I have now publicly disclaimed for hours today, as well as publicly in writing, I'm not accusing him of a scam. I never accused him of a scam. And even now, after how shady and weird he's acting, I still don't think he's doing a scam. He wants to be a victim so bad. Baby boy, this had really nothing to do with you until you started making these allegations against me publicly and dragging in other YouTubers to do your work. How many votes do we have here? 187, 96% of people are saying no. I don't accuse him of anything. Then he goes on, I'm really just a Lego fan that made display cases with a partner. Now it's a partner. that also made signs. That is what this whole thing boils down to. Nothing to do with BAM, McNeff's, Brimhalls. Who brought them up? Or any other person? Hope that helps until further information can be shared. It doesn't help. It doesn't help because you're contradicting yourself. Nothing to do with BAM. You are a required vendor, or were. You were asked specifically, requested by an executive at BAM, who's no longer with the company, but still you were asked specifically to do this stuff. So when you say it has nothing to do with BAM, it seems like you either lied then or you're lying now. How could you possibly have nothing to do with BAM when you are a required vendor, or were? It doesn't help. It doesn't help. It's just more confusion. Now, what I will say, in the time since all this is going down, I have been contacted. I have now been in possession of some additional information. And now, given the, in my opinion, completely outsized overreaction to a simple, logical, good, reasonable, rational question, what is BRICKSHELL signage? Why is it one of the two required vendors? Completely normal, reasonable, rational question. The reaction was absolutely insane. I would venture to wager that it was even, I don't know, manic. Okay. Complete outsized reaction. I wasn't even looking over there at Ibrahim. I wasn't even looking over there because, like I said, I found BRICKSHELL cases to seem and appear to be a credible company. They had a website. They had cases on it. They had Instagram. They had cases on it. They did appear to make cases. You go to their Instagram, they have stuff in the bricks and the minifigs. Fine. I get to BRICKSHELL LLC on my video yesterday. Oh, Ibrahim, I don't know who that. Moving on. I didn't accuse him of anything. But the fact that they acted so crazy and insane, and the fact that I'm now being ignored when he publicly accused me of ignoring him, that's led me to want to really look into it now. I wasn't looking. I had no plans. But I did want to know about BRICKSHELL signage and why they were a required vendor. Hold on. $229 votes. 96%. Over 200 out of 230 said I didn't accuse him of anything. So, the other 4%, y'all need your frontal lobe checked, or if you could, reply in the comments what the accusation was. Because the only thing I did was read his name one time and said, oh, he's the registered agent. Point me to where I accused Ibrahim of a damn thing. Even today. Even after he's on my damn nerves. Even after he's lying about me publicly, talking about he knows I read his email. Even after he ignored me, ghosted me after accusing me of ignoring him, I'm still not accusing him of anything. He wants to play victim. Very weird. Oh, somebody said they misclicked. No, I'm looking. Oh, I'm looking. Because, the Streisand, I simply looked up publicly available information and asked questions. That's it. That's what I like to do. I truth be told, I don't like having no inside backside source. I don't like having any information I'm not supposed to have. I like to be able to go public, look at public stuff. When it comes out, it comes out. But the attack, the full-blown public attack I received yesterday for truly nothing, hit dog does holler, I'll say that's usually what's going on. The hit dog hollering, okay? We'll see. We'll see. Now, I don't like being in no kind of beefs. I don't like being in no disagreements. But if people are going to come on my channel and publicly accuse me of stuff publicly, when they do have a good reputation in this community, and I have never called into question their credibility, I got some stuff to say now. Thank you, Dawn, for the 6 jewels and the 2 jewels. Thank you to Clip for the 440 jewels. Thank you to Clip for the $20 super chat. Like this chick. She seems like she's from New York. I'm from Louisiana, but I did work in New York for a little while. That Miranda account, thank you, Cuter. Shout out to Jest in the chat. That Miranda account was registered today. Shocked. You already talked about the sign. You already talked about the sign company. Move on before we do. She registered that account today. Who could Miranda have been? But I'm the conspiracy theorist. Here's a hack. Call me a conspiracy theorist if you really want me to look into whatever I'm talking about when I say that. Like when I'm saying something and you're like, she's a conspiracy theorist, I'm going to look more into it. That's a hack for you. Thank you, Zen, for the 2 jewels. Thank you, Cuter. Jest for the $2 as well. Again, I don't know if I said that explicitly. Thank you. Thank you, Veronica, for the $4.99. It's odd that all you said was his name and it summoned him to project all over my... Exactly. I didn't say nothing about no Ibrahim Khatib, but now I'm curious. Thank you, Alex, for the $5. Maybe this is where they seed their vendors not getting paid claims during takeovers. Just pull a failure to pay quote fee out of their butts if needed. Oh, maybe. I don't know. These are just all speculation because I don't know what they doing over there. I wasn't there. Thank you for the $5 Canadian. Thanks so much to Rose for the $1.99. BRICKSHELL is the Slack leaker. I don't know who's the Slack leaker. Thank you for the $1.99. Thank you, Sewed Freak, for the $10 super chat. All this is unnecessary, but the answer to the question, what is BRICKSHELL signage, is where? Well, now I think we do have an answer. It never existed. It was to simplify the vendor list and now, or directory, and now it's not in there no more. As of late last year. I wonder if that's true. Thank you for the $10. Thanks to Upset Warthog for the £5. Doesn't Abe know he needs to pay for a super chat to be noticed? No, he don't. He doesn't have to pay for a super chat to be noticed. I mean, it would be a little bit quicker if you're trying to get my attention right now. I mean, because I do go through them at the end of the live streams. I don't check my email every second of every day. I usually check emails often, but I just didn't. And I don't appreciate the accusations. I know you read my email because I got a red receipt. Well, you know wrong. You know wrong. You would have lost that bet because I didn't. Thank you, CZLD, for the 200 jewels. Thank you to Samantha for the 1,000 jewels. Thank you to Unbound Infinite Cell for the 10 jewels. Thank you to Hippo Squatimus for the jewels. Thank you to Yodely for the jewels. Thank you to Veronica for the $4.99. All of this is unnecessary. What about your boy blowing up her page all night, demanding her attention, all for saying his name? I agreed with him that it was all unnecessary. Completely unnecessary. Completely. Thanks so much, Samantha, for becoming a new member. Thank you to Speedy for the $2 super chat. Welcome to your tape, ACOB. I actually feel bad because he got dragged into this shit, probably was lied to. I know she read my email, but just for future. I think we all learned a lesson today. The way that it was handled wasn't the way. Thank you, Speedy. Thank you, Rose, for the $1.99. Thank you, ACOB, for the public apology. Okay, so if he issued apology, thank you. Don't fucking handle me like that no more. I have a histamine response to being told what the fuck to do and guilt tripped. I thought everybody knew that already. Maybe watch the video next time. Maybe watch the video next time as well before making some public comments. Otherwise, my email address is publicly listed. 2 of them. It might be the next day before I get to it. Maybe I'll get to it that day. Who knows? Thanks so much to Ryan for the 10 jewels. Thank you to Cora for the $10 super chat. Epic takedown. Would hate to be on the receiving end. No takedown here. Thank you for the $10. I ain't taking nobody down. I'm restoring my credibility and my good name, which is unimpeachable. I don't do collabs with these freaking people. I don't have any financial interest tied up with them. My credibility doesn't rest on their credibility. So I'm not taking nobody down. I hope everybody rises. Truly. No issues at all whatsoever with anybody. The issue that I have is Abe projecting, making shit up, dragging my colleagues into it, and it all happening publicly, and now he's ignoring me. Thank you, Holly, for the 2 jewels. Thank you, Pearl, becoming a new member. Thank you to Revuelto for the €5. This was a proper schooling. Hashtag they lie. They were mistaken at the least. Feels like a red herring. This commenter is sus. I don't know what that means. Thank you for the $2 super chat, K on YouTube. Thank you to She Cool 1999. Their overreaction to an assumption says it all. I didn't even assume. Thank you for the $2.79 Canadian. I didn't even assume. I didn't say nothing about BRICKSHELL cases other than, okay, it exists. There's this address, but there's no BRICKSHELL cases LLC. I don't really know what that company is. BRICKSHELL LLC. Spoiler alert, I don't know. That's a quote from that video. Thank you, Hey, from Faye for the $5 Australian. I wonder if BRICKSHELL signage ever existed. Surely there would be evidence of it, especially being in the BAM operating manual. It never existed as an independent company. That's according to BRICKSHELL Cases Guy. Thank you, Zan, for the $4.99 super chats. BAM has once again underestimated another YouTuber. I don't think this was BAM even. I actually, just for what it's worth, this is my belief. I believe Abe. I believe that it's his company, BRICKSHELL Cases. I believe that he was asked by BAM at some point, someone at BAM, to help make these signs. I believe that the signs are made through Archetype. I believe it. All of that I believe. I don't believe BAM =sign Ibrahim. I don't believe that. I think he really does own his own companies or company. I believe he really does help with making signs, and I believe he really is not Ammon and and 3 rats in a trench coat. I believe it. So all he would have had to do ever was reach out to me and say this, even publicly. That would have been fine. He's even still, even though he aggravated me, he could more than welcome to come on this channel and tell his side of the story, because I don't care if I like someone or don't like someone or like how they reacted or feel disrespected by them, when the truth is what the priority is. It is weird to me that of one of the 2 possible required vendors that you can even possibly get your sign from, one of them don't exist. Now, apparently this has been updated. He has offered up some information, but the fact remains that it was weird, and it obviously required an explanation because it was provided. But not without me having my credibility called into question by people who I have put on. Chill out. Thank you for $4.99. Thanks so much to Emma for the 1,000 jewels. Thank you to Gamer Boy for the 2 jewels. And thank you to Dan Williams for the 200 jewels. I don't like having to make videos like this. I go painstakingly out of my way to not accuse people of anything. I mean, if you've seen my David coverage, as much as I believe he did it, how many times do you hear me say, this guy's innocent till proven guilty? There was a chopped up teenager found in his car with her arms and legs cut off. And I say, we don't know what happened. This is my brand. This is my real thoughts. This is who I am. I'm almost never accusing anyone of anything unless I have cold, hard proof. Sometimes I get a little carried away. I believe, is it a message from a mothership? Psychic vision from the Lord. I did not accuse him of anything. If any suspicion was pointed toward anyone, it was not at BRICKSHELL cases. BRICKSHELL cases looked legitimate. Archetype looks legitimate. American-made sign looks legit. It exists. I was asking about BRICKSHELL signage. I had no idea that was for sure absolutely the same company as BRICKSHELL cases. Indeed, and in fact, if you were to try to sue them in court, it would be difficult to sue BRICKSHELL signage, would it not? Who would you sue? Every Lego fan has been taken for a ride. Look, I don't know. I don't like making videos like this, but I also don't like being accused of something I didn't do. And I definitely don't like my credibility being called into question, because I have people leave my chat sometimes for being too neutral. At the beginning of my coverage of this case, I would say, y'all, I know y'all don't like it, but I kind of feel bad for some of these franchisees. Like, can you imagine what these other franchisees are going through? I remember there was 18 people in my chat when I said that. It went down to 1,500. 300 people left. I doubled down. I said, y'all can leave if you want to. But I feel bad for some of these franchisees. It's not their fault. They probably got tricked. They can't get out of this. We've seen how militant Bricks and Minifigs can be when they're ready to get somebody out of a location. 300 people left the chat. But I still kept saying it. Now it's popular to say that. Now everybody wants to be on the side of the franchise owners. I always put my money where my mouth is. You're never going to hear me saying something for the sole purpose of a click and a clout. I don't have to. I don't have to. This freaking story is so crazy. You don't have to lie. You don't have to make stuff up. I don't have to make allegations and accusations toward people I never heard of. In fact, I go out of my way not to do that. Now, I would like to have some respect put on my name moving forward. I think I've done a good job clearing up my credibility. I think I've done a good job showing nobody was ignoring him. In fact, and indeed, in his inbox, he got 3 emails from me, and I got no response from him. I hope he does go on ACOB. I hope he does. And I hope he clears up these questions. Hopefully ACOB does do an interview with this guy and we get some answers to the questions. I mean, I could send my questions over to him, but I would assume, at this point, just based on his reaction of defending the McNeffs or seemingly defending the McNeffs, and I'm talking about Abe at this point, I doubt he wants to hear my questions. I doubt he wants to answer my questions, but I still have them and I'd love to get answers to them. Otherwise, like I said in my email, I'm going to have to continue on the investigation how I do it based on public information without his insight. But moving forward, I would appreciate if he just let me do my investigation if he's not going to answer my damn emails. I spent God knows how long coming up with this question list. Waste of my time. Thank you, the Maggie, for the $4.99. Love wearing They Lied shirt. It continues to apply to everyone who tries to speak on your name. Not everyone. Not everyone. Some people actually don't call me not credible, believe it or not. Thank you so much to Julie. It was a Julie. Oh, corn chip. What'd you say? Corn chip? Corn chip and a keychain merch would be fire. They'll sell you out for the corn chip and a keychain. Thank you for Julie for the $4.99. BJC is credible. And you know what? I don't even care. You know what? At the end of the day, maybe I say something here and there ain't credible. But this was questions. It's questions. That's not accusations. Don't listen to me. Do not take my word for it. I'll show you exactly where I got all my information. And and it's not a fact, it's not publicly available, I'll let you know. I always have, always will. I don't take back alley, words for something as a fact. Show me. Where's the proof? That's why I showed y'all the emails I sent to him. So you didn't have to take my word for it. That's why I showed y'all the email he sent. Now, that's his side of things. Many of the things I said make sense. Many of the things I said, I don't know if this is true. I got to take his word for it. Many of the things were ambiguous. I have more questions. Specifically, who approached him? Now, do I have the right to know these things? No. I don't have the right to have this information. But I have the right to ask the question. I have the right to express my opinion about it. And I intend to continue exercising that right. Thank you. I got y'all going to Rabbit here. In the meantime, whoa. Hold on, one more thing, because this is a pressing issue. I haven't reminded y'all about this, but we got an urgent deadline coming up tomorrow. Tomorrow is your last chance to pre-order this shirt. Okay, this is my merch. They lied. 100% cotton. They lied. BJC live show. We got sizes small, medium, large, all the way through 4X. International shipping available. Tomorrow is the last day to order your merch. Okay? Just letting you know. Thank you to Lolo for the $4.99. That shirt, though. Thank you. Ting. All right. Thank you, Mark, for the 440 jewels. All right. I got y'all going over there to Rabbit. She's covering, I believe, the Key Feet D Tupac trial, and I'm going to drink some water. Facts ain't defamation, neither are opinions. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. Please do not contact anybody that I mentioned in today's video. That is not the purpose of today's video. I was accused of some stuff publicly. I wanted to get my side of it out, because if you don't address this stuff as it comes, especially from other trusted, reputable people in communities, that's when it's a little chip to your credibility, and I'm not letting things chip my credibility. That wasn't actually anything that I freaking did. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.